This may come as a bit of a surprise to some of you, but those of you that have been paying attention shouldn't be surprised by this particularly at all, aside from the fact that I said I wasn't going to be able to play anything new, but, you know, sometimes things work out, and we won't really worry too much about the details there. So, for those of you that missed it, Ninja Gaiden 4 is brand new. It came out yesterday. So, I'm a bit surprised that it even runs well, but it does. So I'll take it and run with it. Couple things to get out of the way ahead of time. If you can't handle blood, you might not want to watch this one. It gets real messy. And it is a little bit of a... At least from the bit I played, it's a little bit different from the other 3D Ninja Gaiden games. Not in a bad way. It feels good. But it is different. You can probably already guess a bit at why, just based on this title screen here, considering a certain ninja is missing. More on that as we go, because I don't really know that much about what we're getting into here either. I played the prologue of this game and a little bit of Chapter 1 to get a feel for how this one plays in comparison to the ones I have played, which... There may also be the question of, where's Ninja Gaiden 3? I do have access to it because I have the Master Collection. I just never got around to going all the way through Ninja Gaiden 3. I might at some point. I know I've shown you all Black 2. I know I haven't actually shown the rest of the series much at all, as far as the 3D ones go, because I had already beaten the first one before really streaming more seriously, and I don't really have that much interest in going back through it again. But I may show off 3 because that's the other one I've never finished. And I'm not guaranteeing completion on this. Just gonna say that one right now, is this does seem to be a bit harder than the other ones I've played. But that may just be, I still need to adjust to this one and get a bit better at how this one specifically moves and plays. Because while it is very much more of the same, it's tilted just enough that there's a bit of an adjustment that needs to happen. And if y'all remember from when I played Black 2, I was kind of getting my ass kicked half the time in that one too, even though that was fairly familiar. Is there are certain points where you just have a bit of a rough go of it, and I'm assuming that's what's happening with this one early on. You've got a solid amount of options in here, including full access to basically all the audio you would need, including a sound test that's actually fairly effective. Is what it does is it's actually playing a section of gameplay audio in general, including the combat voices. What it doesn't do is show you the cutscene voices or the, like, just in-game chatter dialogue outside of combat. All of that should be fine, because I've sat here, and as you can see by all of the fiddly numbers here, I've tweaked it a bit. Obviously, none of it's perfect, because things happen as the game progresses. People talk at varying volumes. It's a thing. Over in the graphics settings, you don't have a crazy amount available to you, but you have enough that you should be able to make it run well. Obviously, I went a little overboard with my adjustments here, but that's because I'm leaving overhead for streaming. Or at least that was the intent I had for when I lowered it all this much. Based on the usages it has, I probably could have gotten away with raising these a bit more. But just to be on the safe side, I'm going to leave these where they are. Just bear in mind that if you like how it looks at this setting, you're probably going to love how it looks at anything higher. Got a lot of gameplay options here, which I'm not going to really touch too much. This is part of why I have the blood warning, of course, because this game does very heavily focus on ripping your opponents to pieces. So there's gonna be a bit of blood and gore, like I said. Not too much on the actual gore, because it's literally just red spraying around for the most part and limbs coming off. It's not like heavy ripping guts out or any of that, before anybody's concerned about that one. Aside from these bloodbath kills, I haven't actually done any of them that I know of yet, so they may get a lot more graphic. I don't know yet. But, you know, it's also got the mature label on it for a reason, so just bear that in mind. You can have them telegraph their unblockable attacks and such if you want, which technically power attacks aren't unblockable, but we'll get to that in a bit here when it actually goes back through the tutorial with the intro. You even have a cutscene skipper, which is really nice. But bear in mind, it does say right there that you have already viewed. It won't skip anything you haven't seen yet. Pausing when inactive, as usual. A whole bunch of accessibility settings. The thing of that is, a chunk of these are only for when you're on hero difficulty, where I think it's, yeah, specifically auto assist, which is automatically doing obliteration, dodging, and blocking. Your auto block and evade has a full set of settings for it as well, but this is again only for hero difficulty, which is the lowest setting. Auto heal, again on hero difficulty. Now, auto movement's actually not a hero difficulty only one. I thought it was when I was scrolling through here initially. But if you don't want to have to worry about like failing wall running and things like that, there is an option for that. You can just have him do the job of himself. He's a ninja, he'll figure it out. You know, with auto interact, which I might turn auto interact on, because really a lot of the time the interactions like opening doors and such is superfluous. So I might turn that on just for making it look better. We'll see. This is of course nice to have, but that's been in a bunch of these at this point, so I'm not really gonna highlight that too much. I do appreciate that there's a reduced gore option. I'm not gonna use it personally, because part of the satisfaction of these games is the destruction of your opponents. I do wonder about the highlighting game elements thing. I'm assuming I seem to recall in some of the earlier Ninja Gaiden 3D games specifically that sometimes that get a bit muddy and you might actually miss enemies a little bit, so I'm wondering if that's part of why they have this, obviously, and probably for like colorblind and other visual impairments as well. So that's good to see. Like having higher contrast as well, so you stand out more. Oh wow, you can make it very, very clear. Okay. That's nice, I like that. This makes it very clear and very easy for people that need these things. Like, they go all the way with this. I don't think I've ever seen this degree of control for how visible things are, ever. Like, I cannot think of the last game I've had with this type of highlighting. Usually, if it does have a highlighting option, it'll, like, make a universal highlight for a specific handful of things, and that'd be the end of it. So, credit where credit's due on that. Have I changed any settings? I don't feel like I did. So we're gonna not confirm those. Whatever I might have accidentally changed, we're gonna just not do that. Now, we are, of course, gonna be playing story mode. Ignore what you just saw on the continue screen there. It's not real. We'll get to that when we get to that. Now, the last thing I want to cover before we get going is going to more or less be harkening back to what I said about when I was playing Black 2. I am not great at these. If you're looking for an expert, go ahead and move on. Go ahead and just watch somebody else. There's plenty of people much better than I am out there. Ain't gonna hurt my feelings at all if you move on so you are happier. Because if you start screaming at the screen or any of that because I do something stupid, you're going to be doing that a lot. You're going to be very disappointed. So let's just get that one out of the way ahead of time. I'm here because I enjoy the series and I want to just have a bit of a brain off day, and this is a convenient timing for it. That's all we're going for here. Now let's get this going. Yes, overwrite my checkpoint data. We're gonna go ahead and stay on normal. Notice there is hero difficulty that we were talking about before that has support features and things like that. And there's also hard, which will almost certainly kick your ass. And of course, there is a harder difficulty for those who wish to get their balls twisted off. We're gonna go ahead and stick with standard, for the reasons we already discussed. And before somebody comes in and asks what difficulty this is on anyway.
Yakumo, come in! Do you copy?
Yeah.
What's your status?
Caught a lift. Arrival at target imminent.
Bloodbind Ninjutsu, base form. Through mastery of Bloodbind Ninjutsu, Yakumo can control the very essence of his weapon at will. You can perform the following attacks using a weapon's base form. Light attack, heavy attack, throw shurikens. As demonstrated here. You are invincible during this segment, so just go ahead and just mess about with the buttons freely. I'm just gonna kind of just let things fly here. I don't really have any reason to pay attention because, like I said, you cannot die in this segment. That I was able to tell because I literally was just letting them hit me for a bit and nothing happened. Blocking and dodging. Press right trigger to block enemy attacks. Your guard will break after blocking a series of attacks, leaving you momentarily defenseless. Blocking and dodging. And while holding right trigger, use the left stick to dodge in a specified direction. A perfect dodge is triggered by dodging an enemy attack the instant before it lands, allowing you to avoid all attacks in an invincible state until the dodge is completed. During a perfect dodge, use left stick up to perform a quick slide and position yourself directly behind the enemy. A little too early on that one. Way too early on that one. I'm not good at perfect dodges. Like, you'll see I can do them like that, but this is why I say I'm not great at these, is I'm not going to be doing perfect moves everywhere. Especially since I'm not familiar with this specific one. If I'm paying enough attention, I'll catch moves like that just fine, but I cannot guarantee consistency. And especially when there's only a couple of opponents, it's obviously much easier to get your dodges to work the way you want them to. Knockback recovery. After being knocked back by an enemy, press right trigger or A to quickly regain your balance, minimizing your vulnerability and allowing you to get back into the action. Or just, you know, don't get knocked back in the first place. But as you can see, our combos are fairly simple at the moment. You do pick up a lot more as you go, before anybody's like, oh wow, the combat seems like it's taken a real downturn. It hasn't. At least not that I've been able to tell, because in Chapter 1 we'll see more of how that can improve before anybody makes any judgments. Dismemberment and obliteration. You have a chance to dismember an enemy whenever you attack one. A dismembered enemy will be weakened, but can perform a powerful counterattack in desperation. Press Y against a dismembered enemy to trigger an obliteration, instantly executing the enemy.
Things sound pretty lively over there.
Made enemy contact. It's under control.
That's where the blood comes in. Because we can do a lot more than just chop their heads off. Those guys are honestly some of the lucky ones. Ultimate technique. While in base form, execute the ultimate technique by holding Y, then releasing once sufficiently charged. Upon executing the technique, you will dash towards the nearby enemy, inflicting heavy damage and becoming invincible for a short period. While charging the ultimate technique, you will not flinch until you receive a certain amount of damage. Get me! Now that is one of the things in this one in particular that'll throw people more familiar with the series off. You do not have faster charging for your ultimate technique yet. You can't, like, pull essence in and charge fast, or hop around to charge it faster or anything. Bloodbind Ninjutsu Blood Raven form. Pressing left trigger will cause Yakumo and his weapon to transform through the art of Bloodbind Ninjutsu. This empowered state is called Blood Raven form and allows for devastating attacks that consume the Bloodbind gauge with use. Obviously, it's the same buttons as regular attacks, just also include left trigger, and you will combine your two swords into one larger sword. It is a very powerful form, as demonstrated here with how quickly we just dispose of a lot of them with it. And when you're dismembering your opponents, obviously you charge it a lot faster. So, as long as you're smart about how you use it, you really can just keep it going and just shred right on through a squad of regular enemies like they're nothing. That's one of the things I think was causing me to have a harder time when I was testing this out, is I did not use Bloodraven form enough. Most enemies cannot block Bloodraven form attacks. If you hit an enemy with a Bloodraven form attack while it is blocking or performing a defensive action, you will stagger the enemy, leaving it defenseless for a short period. The Bloodbind guide page is filled through the following: lapse of time, hitting an enemy with a base form attack, using obliteration on an enemy, executing dismembered enemies using obliteration will fill your Bloodbind gauge significantly. And that right there is another thing. You don't have Flying Swallow by default either, so you can't just dive at enemies to start a fight in a favorable way. This fucking guy does not want to let his guard down, which, you know, good for him. But also die. They were forcing the tutorial of using the Bloodraven form for that a bit. But it can be fun to just kind of bat that guy around for a little bit first. Kake Menakata are cursed blades that have been passed down through the Raven clan bloodline. They take the shape of twin katanas in their base form and a singular Taichi blade in Bloodraven form. In Bloodraven form, press and hold X or Y to extend your blade and perform a charge attack with increased range. Like that. Chopping all your bits off, you don't need them anymore. You don't need your limbs when you're dead. Come on over here and give up all the bits. Do 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 do. Ba 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 die. There we go. Oh, one more. I don't like that backflip kick that he does there, because it keeps throwing off my aerial combos so badly. Power attacks in Bloodraven form. During combat, enemies will occasionally execute power attacks. This is what I was talking about earlier, with some things being unblockable. Enemy power attacks are telegraphed with a red aura. While glowing red, the enemy will not flinch and cannot be interrupted by base form attacks. Blocking a power attack while in base form will cause your guard to break, leaving you vulnerable. While in Bloodraven form, you can block enemy power attacks at the cost of Bloodbind Engage. A Bloodraven form attack executed against an enemy's power attack will stagger the enemy, dealing heavy damage and leaving it defenseless for a short period. The closer the enemy was to unleashing its power attack, the longer it will stay vulnerable. So you actually have a counter to their power attacks, which is really nice. I appreciate that immensely, but I do feel a bit of concern that it's going to lead to a lot of looping in rock, paper, scissors that I'm not sure I am entirely here for. It's also a shame that I can't use Bloodraven form in the air entirely. Like, it seems to sometimes allow me to do it, but I think it's only certain moves you could Bloodraven in while you're airborne.
Alright, Yakumo. You know what we're here for. Infiltrate the 4 shrines and break the seals on the Dark Dragon.
That seems like a bad
Expect heavy
idea.
resistance from the DDO. We're all counting on you, Yakumo.
Got it.
Just got visuals. You should be exiting the tunnel shortly.
That's convenient. Now we get a reveal of where we're gonna be for a bit. Ta-da!
Here we are.
Looks great, doesn't it?
Can't believe how much it's
So that was the prologue and the tutorial, basically. Now the gloves come off and you can actually take damage. So you're gonna want to keep that in mind.
Watch out! You're being targeted!
Uh-oh. Gotta go!
Yakumo, get out of there!
Enemy spotted. Lay down your weapon.
Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go right now. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. I don't think you can get hit during this segment, because I was running like an idiot and still ended up not getting hit at all. I'm pretty sure this is meant to just be a set piece where you can just feel really cool during this. But you know, obviously, try your best not to stand in bullets just in case. There we go.
Oh no! Looks like you've been cut off!
I mean, we ran past one already. What's stopping us running? Oh, we're at the end of the train. That is a bit of a problem.
One way out.
Oh. Gotta go. Really feel like he jumped late on that, but you know, he knows what he's doing.
Long ago, the Dark Dragon, youngest of the divine dragon gods, wreaked havoc across the world. Awakened by the fiends of the underworld, the corrupted dragon fractured the very earth and plunged humanity into chaos. The plot of the fiends was ultimately thwarted through the efforts of a sole ninja, Ryu Hayabusa. A master ninja with superhuman skills who has eradicated the forces of evil time and time again. Not even the dragon god was able to stand against Ryu Hayabusa, and order was restored to the world once more. However, several years ago, a powerful fiend and a mysterious priestess attempted to resurrect the Dark Dragon. And once again, Ryu took up arms to vanquish this threat. Yet, despite Ryu's heroic efforts, the Dark Dragon's husk remained, brimming with immeasurable power fueled by the countless lives sacrificed in the summoning ritual. And from this husk fell an endless downpour of cursed rain. Blighted miasma flooded Tokyo, rousing the hordes of the underworld and transforming the desolated city into a living hellscape.
Sounds like a great travel
In an effort
brochure.
to prevent a repeat of this calamity, Ryu worked alongside the Divine Dragon Order, an autonomous military organization that seized control of the city and sealed away the husk of the Dark Dragon. Still infested with blight and vile fiends, the abandoned Tokyo continues its struggle against chaos to this day.
There he is. There's the boy. Just standing on a building as he always does. Staring into the distance. Meanwhile, several days earlier, before the events of everything we just did, here we are. As you can see, we have that destination indicator. I'm not going to need it too often from what I've experienced so far, but I'm sure it'll come up. While clinging and running, while facing a wall, press A to leap and cling to it for a short period of time, ignoring the fact that you had to do this in order to escape the missile-firing drones just a few minutes ago. While clinging to a wall, execute the shadowless footsteps technique by using the left stick to climb up. You can also utilize the shadowless footsteps technique using the left stick to run horizontally along the wall. During a wall run, press A to leap off of or onto another nearby wall. You know, typical stuff. Just running on walls, running up walls, doing what you gotta do to get where you're going. Flying bird flip. While clinging to a wall, press A repeatedly to execute the flying bird flip technique, kicking yourself up the walls to reach greater heights. Because you can't be much of a ninja without wall jumping. Oi, 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 oi. There we go. Nice and easy.
Infiltrated the facility. Commencing mission.
Can you really call it infiltration when we just went through a shoddily constructed section of the facility that nobody was guarding? That really should have been sealed off?
Watch out for DDO patrols along the way.
Time to clear our clan's name for good.
Black and Rain beckons our bloodline's amends. Through the death of his priestess, must the dragon be cleansed. That's our duty foretold in the Raven clan prophecy. Kill the Dark Dragon's priestess and restore peace to the world once more.
No prophecy will change who we are. We'll continue to fight in the shadows as the Hayabusa clan thrives.
As they say, leave it to the Ravens to peck out the trash.
Now, both clans play a vital role in keeping the world safe.
Keep along this path and head towards the confinement area.
Got it.
From the sound of things, the Ravens end up doing the dirty work while the Hayabusas get the hero role, as we've seen Ryu do time and time again. Just thinking about it, based on what I know of the rest of the series, I don't think we've ever even really heard of the Raven clan till now. Outside of, like, maybe being footnotes somewhere, potentially, that I'm forgetting about. Unless it's part of 3, because remember, I did not play all of 3. So there may be relevant information I'm missing.
Watchdogs on duty. Keep out of sight.
They left one guy out here.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, totally nothing out of the ordinary. Nope, everything's fine. Nothing bad's about to happen to you at all. Trust.
Clear at our end.
Yep, it's totally clear. See? Clear through your throat. Real shame for that guy, huh?
Made it into the cave.
There's a gate up ahead. Once you get past it, you'll arrive at the containment cell where the priestess is held. Comms will be cut off beyond that point, so you'll be on your own.
Take caution, Yakumo.
I have a bad feeling about this, really, if you think about it. If this priestess of the Dark Dragon is so important, why is she so lightly guarded? Why is there such a easy path to get to her? You know? Like, is it hubris? Are they understaffed? Or is this some kind of trick? Questions. We may never know the answers to these questions. And I don't know the answers to these questions either, in case anybody's like, oh, you're spoiling things. Like, well, that would be spoiling in and of itself, now wouldn't it? It to be telling me that I'm spoiling things that I don't know the answers to. Oh no, he died. What happened? Why'd his head come off? Aren't you gonna find out? Aren't you curious? Real shame. You're joining him. Oh no. You would really think he would have let his buddy over there know that, hey, something happened to the other guy before going over there and checking it out. But, you know, these guys aren't the brightest. Splish, splash. Take it permanent bath. There we go. Nice and easy. Can't go up there. Okay. I didn't check that when I was testing, so curiosity won out there. Oh. Hi, die. I didn't even know he was there. I ended up setting them all off when I was testing this because I wasn't really trying. So I completely forgot there was a fourth guy.
Must be another way in.
Because you can just fight them, and they're literally the same as the guys you were fighting in the tutorial. So they really don't put up that much of a fight. But, obviously they put up much less of a fight if you don't be silly and decide to do this whole fool thing called fighting fair. We are ninjas, after all. Fighting fair really isn't our forte. Under the door, and we're in.
Made it to the gate. The target area is close by.
Understood. The priestess should be held up ahead. Signal's breaking up. I'll call you back when you're out.
Who does she think she is, bossing us around? She's a prisoner, damn it, not a princess.
Ta-da! Real subtle though, huh? That was just like the sneakiest thing I could have possibly done. I meant to dismember him, but he kept his limbs surprisingly well, unlike that guy. Now's where things get complicated. That's a lot of doors. Like, is she really that dangerous that she needs like 3 big blast doors before you even get to the room she's in?
This should be it.
And then there's all the talismans on the wall here. And there she is.
Hey there. Come on in.
You're the priestess?
That's me.
Then you die here.
My. Straight to business, I see. That mask. You're a ninja of the Raven clan. Come to end my life like in your prophecy, I'm guessing?
She doesn't sound very impressed with that.
Blackened rain beckons, our bloodlines immense. Through the death of his priestess, must the dragon be cleansed. You have no idea, do you? What your prophecy really means.
What?
Your clan's ancestor, the big bad dark dragon, was slain by a Hayabusa master ninja. But the dark dragon was brought back to life. Only this time, they sealed him away to try and keep him gone for good. Sealed away. But his husk remained intact. Drizzling poison over Tokyo ever since. But you know that already. Don't you?
Some of it.
Since ancient times, the Hayabusa and Raven ninja clans have fought to keep peace, with the Hayabusa clan in the spotlight. But your clan, the Raven clan, has always had a secret motive.
To slay our ancestor, the Dark Dragon.
Bingo. Your prophecy says you can cleanse the Dark Dragon through the death of his priestess. But if you kill me now, the seals on the Dark Dragon will remain intact, and this calamity will never end. I mean, I'm kind of the one who sealed off the Dark Dragon in the first place, so... Just think for a sec. The dragon was already killed once, but that didn't stop him from being resurrected. That's proof right there that you can't just kill him the normal way.
Get to the point.
The point is, if you want the dragon dead, there's a way you've got to do it. The only way to really vanquish the Dark Dragon is to break the magic seals, complete the resurrection ritual, and purify him.
That doesn't sound like a trap at all.
I'll explain later. More importantly, we should team up. Help me break the seals on the Dark Dragon. Or kill me now, but that'd keep your clan's mission from ever being completed. Your choice. Worst case, if I try to pull anything shady, Just cut me down then and there. You have nothing to lose. What do you say?
Really sounds too good to be true. But he's rookie enough to believe this.
One wrong move, and you're dead.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Oh, what's your name, by the way?
Yakumo.
All right, Yakumo. As a token of our new partnership,
What is it?
just think of it as a good luck charm. But you've got to keep it safe until we kill the Dark Dragon. Promise? Let's get going, shall we? Reviving the Dark Dragon is going to piss off a lot of people. Should be fun. Oh, before I forget, my name's Sayori. Put her there, partner.
See, just for the should be fun line about pissing a lot of people off, I like her already.
All right, let's get out of here.
But,
Umi, change of plans.
you know.
I'm helping the priestess escape.
Huh? Oh, what?
No time to talk. I'll explain once we're out. Shutting off comms for now.
Hang on a sec. You can't just...
Shutting off comms so you can't yell at me.
You could say that.
So, what are they like?
Not your concern.
You're gonna find out more than you'd ever want to know probably by the time we get there. Something's bugging me though. How does she know their prophecy? Like, if this is supposedly this big secret motive and everything, how does she know it so well? Like, presumably somebody blabbed about it at some point. But it just seems like a really easy way to trick this gullible young ninja into doing exactly what she wants him to, and getting his whole team to play ball along the way.
Stop right there.
That seems like a problem.
On your guard, Yakumo. That man is Kagachi, Grand General of the Divine Dragon Order.
I don't notice he's missing an arm.
Or your uniform, but if you're here to take Sayori away, think again.
I'm suitably impressed.
Sayori, what are you?
Thank you, and the DDO, for keeping me safe, for everything. But there's just something I need to go take care of. So, no hard feelings.
You just had that up your sleeve the whole time, huh? Also, why were you not ready for something like that?
Not
do you
an
have, like-
abduction, an escape. It's me, Kagachi. We have a problem. Sayori has escaped the facility.
Nice gauntlets.
Yeah. I'll send you the details. Thanks. I owe you one. Hayabusa.
Dun dun dun. A lot of things bug me about that bit there too. I think there's gonna be a bit of chatter here once we load in, so I'll detail all that out after the chattering is done.
Yakumo, are you alright?
I'm fine. Proceeding with the mission.
Now you know why we had a Sayori talking to us during the
First
prologue.
shrine is deep in the heart of Tokyo. It's a bit of a ways away, but keep along this
first thing we need to do is break through their defense network. The network draws power from a trio of pylon structures throughout the city. Take out the pylons, and the shrine will be defenseless.
Understood.
Looking forward to seeing you work. The first pylon should be just ahead. Good luck.
I like that all these bits of trash have physics, but then they just kind of delete after a little bit. Yeah, we have a moment to talk now for a second here. So, couple things. One, if she's a prisoner in there, how did she have that flashbang up her sleeve the entire time? Did nobody think to check? Question mark? Like, there's things to worry about there. Also, I think I forgot something, so give me one quick second. I sure did forget to turn my activity privacy back on. There we go. Because I turned it off when I was testing a couple things because I didn't want it to be constantly flicking on and off that I was doing something. But yeah, she somehow has that flashbang in there. But there's also the consideration of the way he phrased the reaction to her being taken. They were assuming it was an abduction, not a rescue or somebody trying to free her initially. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but usually the first assumption with somebody going in after a prisoner is that it's a prison break, not that someone's trying to kidnap your prisoner. There's a bit of a difference there, usually. And then there's the way she phrased that they were keeping her safe, rather than keeping her away from doing what she wanted. Because presumably, as the priestess of the Dark Dragon, her main priority would be resurrecting the Dark Dragon. So being so on board with killing him also doesn't seem quite right. And then there's the fact that the color scheme of her outfit matches very perfectly with the armor and everything of basically all of those DDO soldiers and everything the DDO has. Seems a little weird, doesn't it? Seems a little weird. Something about that doesn't quite add up. Maybe that's me being suspicious and drawing connections where there isn't any. But you know me, I'm inherently suspicious to begin with, so just tabling all of those points right now, just in case, so I can say I told you so later. It also all fits together with the fact that the resistance at that base was so light. Like, for all that they have a show of having a huge defense there with all of those doors and talismans and everything, there was like 10 guys there, all very lackadaisical for the most part, aside from the guys actually in the interior. Life Elixir, minor health restoration. An elixir that can enhance the body's self-healing capabilities. Moderately restores health when used. First of our basic healing items, which if I hold left bumper, apparently I can't do that right now. Never mind. I was going to teach you how items work, but I can't do that yet.
Come over here real quick.
Okay. Darkness Terminal, a hidden terminal employed by the Raven ninjas, disguised as a simple shrine to outsiders of the clan. As accessing a Darkness terminal will allow you to do the following: purchase items and access the mission database. The item supply menu allows you to spend the ninja coin you have collected to purchase items. Mission database allows you to accept new job requests sent to the Raven clan and turn in completed missions to collect rewards. So similar to the Muramasa shrines from previous games, basically. Complete with actually fairly similar music too, but much more high tech. We, of course, can buy the same life elixir we just picked up, but it can also get the better divine life elixir, which heals more. The Senjin War Brew, which boosts attack, and the Kongu Iron Brew, which reduces damage taken. Right now, I'm not going to be buying anything. But we will be having a look at this mission database, as this is something else that's going to be fairly new to this game. Again, unless there were missions in 3, which I don't think there were. I'm pretty sure 1, 2, and 3 all were fairly similar in that there were no side missions or such to do. You just went through chopping and fighting and made money the best you could along the way. Missions are contracts sent through private channels by various parties and serve as the main income source for the Raven Clan. Mission objectives can include asset delivery, investigation, and assassinations. Using a darkness terminal, you can accept new missions and turn in completed missions to obtain rewards that will aid you in combat. New missions are automatically unlocked as you progress through your journey. So basically, we can pick up side jobs to fund our adventure along the way. We've got the execute with the DDO distribution officers. Tokyo's flow of commodities has largely been taken over by the Divine Dragon Order. After repeated negotiations, we've finally talked our way into allowing mid-sized companies like ours access to this distribution network. However, a group of sleazy DDO officers is taking advantage of the situation and demanding a hefty bribe. We refused and ended up cut off from the network entirely. Things are looking dire for us unless something can be done about those officers. I mean, if they're taking bribes and taking advantage of the situation, I'm fine with just cutting them down. Question, have you ever seen a walking gourd before? If so, you've most likely encountered the creature commonly referred to as a gourdie. Their bodies are said to secrete a special kind of oil that can be used as fuel, making them highly sought after by the Divine Dragon Order. I request that you capture one of these gourdies so that I might research it for more in-depth analysis. Which this already gives a point of suspicion into the motives of the Divine Dragon Order as well. If they have a monopoly on this location that has these unique creatures and such in it, they have plenty of reasons to not try to fix the situation. The DDO serves as the protectors of Tokyo in this perilous time, and they indeed did well to restore order. However, since they began abusing their authority, sowing seeds of discontent among the populace, their organization is rampant with corruption, and their rapid pace of recruitment has made them unable to keep their troops in line. As a concerned citizen, I cannot turn a blind eye to this stain on our fair city of Tokyo. I hope you will support our movement by enacting justice upon them. So they just want me to wipe out 25 of their soldiers. The DDO may have thinned our numbers, but the Yanago Association still stands strong. Some consider us an organized crime syndicate, but we're sworn to fight for the people of Tokyo by whatever means we can. To help us stay out of sight and keep our humanitarian ventures off the radar, I want you to retrieve a certain data chip containing detailed information on the DDO's patrol routes. So we gotta find a data chip, kill a bunch of soldiers, capture a Gourdie, and kill a bunch of officers. And we can of course speak with Umi a bit as well.
How are you doing?
Fine. So far.
Listen, I'm not sure if we should trust that priestess just yet.
Smart.
If we find out she's lying, I'll kill her as we originally planned. Either way, the DDO would still be after us.
You have a point.
See, there's a flaw in that point, though. She's not with him right now. So what's stopping her getting away by the time he can get to her to kill her as originally planned? Like,
Oh, almost forgot. Take this. You can use this to heal up in a pinch. Go ahead and try it now.
yeah, now they teach you about using items. As you can see, like I was talking about before, light bumper opens the item wheel, and you just press A to heal up a bit. Because we took some damage dropping off of the train, as you might imagine. But on we go. We do now only have one healing item on hand, but it'll be okay for the moment. We'll be picking up a few more.
First pylon spotted. Security looks airtight.
I can handle it.
Yeah, airtight. A handful of guys in front of a magic pyramid. Like, really, this doesn't look like that high security if you think about it. If I had freedom to move, all I'd have to do is go up onto that building, then I could come back down behind that guy, kill him, and we'd be able to reduce the number of enemies I have to deal with immediately. Or go up the other side where none of them are looking. Actually, no, that guy's looking to the right. Never mind, that wouldn't work on him. You'd still get one free kill immediately if you could take a different angle other than walking up the stairs right into them. But maybe if I walk wide enough, I might be able to get this guy. We'll see if this works. I'm curious. Dum-da-dum. I totally belong here. Don't question it. Yep. Yep, that used to be your leg. Blood Essence orbs have a chance to appear whenever an enemy is defeated and restore your health when collected. Large Blood Essence orbs restore more health than standard Blood Essence orbs, but have a smaller chance to spawn. As you can see, they don't heal a lot.
Reinforcements incoming. Oh man, they're quick.
With forces this coordinated, it's no surprise that DDO was able to take control of Tokyo.
Especially when, you know, everything's kind of fucked here. I do wonder why people are even still here in Tokyo under the circumstances, though. But I guess people couldn't leave, and then once the DDO took over, they probably even more so couldn't leave. Like, that's the part that also doesn't really make sense if you think about it too much. Of course, that's also assuming people were evacuated to begin with at all, either, which they might not have... There may not have been an evacuation under the original circumstances. Considering I don't know how many of the average people would even know about the Divine Dragons enough to believe if they're told, like, hey, there's a whole dragon thing happening. You know, the average person probably ain't much of a believer in magic, even in this world, where magic seems to run fairly rampant. You first. There you go. I'll meet you there later. Oh, you're still alive. Hang on. I got you. There you go.
Hostile readings? Negative. Pylon's all yours.
I did better than I did last time. I got pretty banged up in here.
They must have updated their security protocols.
Hang on a sec. Almost got it. And voila!
So what you're telling me is they don't just leave their doors unlocked anymore.
Thanks. Taking out the pylon now.
You know, hitting this piece of technology with a sword really doesn't seem like the best idea. Doing it anyway, though.
System error. Energy pylon output 30% deficiency.
That sounds like a them problem.
So, since when did ninjas become hacking experts?
Good question.
Ninjas aren't all just blades and ninpo magic, you know?
I suppose while the Hayabusas were staying very much traditional, the Raven clan kept up with the times. Spike him right into the floor. Fine, you want to block? I've got plenty of block breakers. There you go. Bird. Glowy eye bird. Ta-da! Raven Mentor Tyron. Interacting with ravens found throughout Tokyo will summon Tyron, a combat expert of the Raven clan. Talking with Tyron will allow you to do the following: learn new combat skills, review battle techniques, practice in the training room. The combat skills menu will allow you to spend the ninja coin you have collected to purchase new abilities. Check any skills you have learned in the equipment section of the main menu. The battle techniques menu contains a list of training drills for you to complete, allowing you to practice and learn more about your various skills and moves. The training room is a free environment that allows you to adjust various settings to help hone your battle prowess even further. Check any combat skills you've learned in the equipment section of the main menu, like we just told you a minute ago.
Hey, kid.
Tyron, what do you want?
Always straight to business. I came here to whip your ass into shape. Don't think you can skip out on your training that easily. You still got a lot left to learn. Just cough up the coin and I'll teach you some new tricks. How about it?
See, if it's all part of my training, shouldn't it be free? Whatever. This is where you pick up some of the more standard moves of the previous 3D Ninja Gaiden games, like the Flying Swallow, the Azuna Drop, improving your ultimate ability so you can actually draw an essence to charge faster, parry countering, more blocking, which might actually come in handy at some point in the future, and an additional charge for your ultimate technique, so you don't just have the single charge that is only kind of but it's very expensive to get the final charge. And you also can pick up a faster charging when you land on the ground, perfect blocking. In case anybody was wondering why there was only perfect dodging, you have to buy perfect blocking for some reason. You can continue a combo after dodging, which is going to be really nice to get, but it's very expensive. And then, of course, you get an extra attack after a perfect dodge. That's all the things you can pick up at the moment. I don't know if this is everything at all. With how much these some of these cost, I would assume this is the main list of combat skills in the game. But I don't know if there's going to be more that unlock as you get more stuff. I'm absolutely picking up Ultimate Guidance, so that'll be very important to me. So I can actually use my ultimate a little bit more.
Practice.
I don't need to practice holding Y.
Practice, huh?
I'm too good for practicing holding the Y button, yes. Flying Swallow is just our running attack. It's going to be very useful to have. This is a good combat opener. Yep, there we go. See, you can unlock more things as you unlock particular ones. So now we have Flying Swallow Barrage available, which allows you to Flying Swallow more like you could in the earlier games as well. Which I think in the first two you couldn't... Was it the... No, it was the first one where you couldn't Flying Swallow repeatedly. Second one I think you could. And then I guess the third one maybe it improved further. I'm not sure. I'm gonna grab the Azuna Drop, but I'm terrible at actually making it happen, so don't expect to see it often. But it is a lot of fun when it does happen. And it's not that the Azuna Drop is hard to do, I'm just too much of a masher to necessarily guarantee that I'll have the right button order happen. I don't really block enough to worry about getting Art of Defense or Fatal Flash right now. Then again, even if I only accidentally parry, the fact that it guarantees a Blood Essence Orb might actually be worth having. And it did add some other moves, I kind of figured. So you can use it in Blood Raven form and with perfect parrying. Neat. And of course, Battle Techniques is just covering everything you have and everything you've already learned. Including a few things, though, I think that weren't covered. Yeah, see, this is, for example, explaining parrying. If you hit an enemy's attack with your attack, you will parry it. Much more like how real-world parrying can work. And that's, of course, where the Fatal Flash comes in and all of that. And the rest of this is, like I said, things that were already discussed in the tutorial, but if you missed any of it, it's all here, which is nice. Like, they make sure that if you've, like, stepped away from the game for a while or something, you can come back and just relearn everything.
Never stops.
Ain't that the truth? Anyway, I'm taking these. life elixir, and another life elixir. That's why I said wasn't really going to be a problem that I didn't buy any healing, because there's a bunch of it available over here. Including one up here in case you're attentive and actually spot it. Kind of was expecting this to go up. I know I want to go up there, but I thought the elevator was supposed to go up. Is there a button? Or am I supposed to interact with the Raven again? No? I could have swore this was meant to go up. Didn't it go up when I tested this? Stupid. Let's talk to Tyron some more. Maybe I'm forgetting something.
Ready for a round or two? Sure is coming down, huh?
Yeah.
It ain't rain, though. It's blood. From the dark dragon husk that's floating up in the sky. You better hurry up and off that priestess.
Plans changed. I'm working with the priestess now. To revive the dark dragon.
Revive... Now why in the hell would you go and do that?
Good question.
She told me the real meaning of our prophecy. We can't cleanse the dark dragon without undoing the seals on it first.
And you believed her?
No, not entirely. If it turns out she's lying, I'll end her.
Okay, hotshot. You better be right about this.
I really question a lot the fact that nobody's trying to stop this idea from happening. Like, oh yeah, sure, you're off doing the stupid thing? Okay, sure. You do that, kid. It wants me to go up there, but I thought this elevator was supposed to take me up there. Because this is most assuredly an elevator. I swear when I tested this, I went up there using that exact elevator. So why is it not going up anymore? Did it really decide to glitch now? I might actually have to load the checkpoint to see if this suddenly starts working, because, I assure you this worked like an hour ago when I tested this. What the fuck is happening here? So I may have to redo a thing here in a second. Just bear with me. This is a bizarre circumstance here. Now these boxes aren't opened, and I probably don't have any of my new techniques either. I'll need to go rebuy those. Elevator go up now? See? Yeah, now the elevator goes up. I wasn't kidding when I said this elevator was supposed to work. Oh, is it not gonna go back down now?
Wait.
Oh, yeah. This is a whole thing.
Yakumo, what's wrong?
Demons.
Something's off.
So the demons found you already.
Demon?
This seems more than something's off. Yeah, I have my money back, so I'm gonna need to... Let me quickly roll back the checkpoint again. Sorry, everybody. I know this is probably annoying, but it's annoying for me, too. I needed to prove that that elevator worked. Somehow, I always break things, even when I'm not trying to.
some...
Yeah, but see, he prompts as if it's a repeated time talking to him.
Doesn't hurt to practice. If you've got it down, that's all that matters.
Gonna pick up all the same moves I just did. Get us back to what we're supposed to be at. And then we'll move on with our lives. Swear if the elevator glitches again, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do.
See you around.
Okay, no, it worked this time. Very good. Now we get to see the weird sequence again, where our view freaks out, and everything suddenly is on fire.
Yakumo? What's wrong?
Demons.
Something's off.
So the demons found you already.
Incense of Rebirth. An incense used in cryptic rituals said to return life to the deceased. Significantly recovers health when used, and can be set to automatically revive the holder when fatally wounded.
Demon?
Onward and upward.
What the hell happened here?
Destruction caused by the Shrine Demon, protector of the Dark Dragon Shrine. It must know we're here. But we're still far enough from the shrine that the demon's influence shouldn't be too strong yet. Keep moving.
You say its influence shouldn't be too strong yet, and yet it did that. Kinda concerned about that as a concept, not gonna lie to you. But before we go running to where the obvious enemies are, let's go this way. Because when I was testing this, I found something over here. And obviously, we want what I found. Specifically, this is where those EDO officers are. As you can see, they're a bit of a higher caliber of soldier than the regular troopers are, so they're a little more dangerous to us. Case in point... Oh! I actually just straight up died there. I did not get chewed up that badly last time, but I guess I'm using it. Because I took a hit like that and it was fine before, so that's interesting. He must have just gotten a much better hit that time. Let's top up our health a little bit so we don't end up dying again, shall we? So it might be that one of the other ones hit me while that attack was happening this time as opposed to last time. And that's the piece I was missing. Okay, one down. That'll make it a bit easier. Missed me. That should be the end of him. Come here, you. I'm not done with you yet. And you are not getting your desperation attack. Alright, we wasted our revive immediately, so, you know, that's great. But we accomplished one of our side jobs. As you can see, those side jobs can be a bit, difficult at times. So, you know, make sure to be ready for anything when you pick those side jobs up. Eliminate one of them immediately, make my life a lot easier. And then one by one, they all fall. There he is. I wondered why my targeting went weird for a second. That was because he moved. I would definitely do it, wouldn't it? Nope, can't pick that up because these guys are here. This guy didn't stand a chance. Real shame for him. Anyway, that's what they get for interrupting my looting. Another life elixir for me. You didn't see what happened to your friends, huh? It was something like that. Anyway. Oh good, we did get a new Essence of Rebirth. It's almost like I didn't end up wasting one then. Except I would have two, but you know, don't worry about that part. Wow, point blank rocket, huh? You know what? Fair play. Real shame for him, because definitely led to his death, but, you know, gotta respect the effort that went into that idea. Of course, I picked up the damn essences when I was trying to use them, but, you know, it's fine. No more of your nonsense. Perish. One more? One more. There, those are for you. Just so you don't shoot me while I'm trying to get closer. There we go. A little bit sloppier than I would like. Oh, more friends. Glad I happen to be up here. This way I could get rid of the rocket guy immediately. Ooh, we got a fancy staff spinner now. Look at him. He thinks he's a cool guy. Unfortunately for him, he's just gonna be a dead guy. There we go. Oh, hang on, clean up. There you go. Wouldn't want to leave anybody surviving in pain. Now, the other thing that makes you gain better combat is picking up weapon techniques via weapon experience. From the weapon screen, you can learn skills unique to each weapon you acquire by spending weapon experience, accumulated by defeating enemies. New skills become available as your mastery increases. So we've got Winged Blade, which is back, forward, and attack. Falling Beak, which is back, forward, and heavy attack. Heel Strike, which is a circular and then attack. And then circle and heavy attack for Spiral Shadow. So, you know, in case you're worried that your combat depth is actually shallower than before, it's not actually as bad as it may seem. Because you can pick up more moves for your weapons specifically this way. As opposed to, I think, everything being through Muramas' shop before, if I'm remembering right. So it's two separate currencies now, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I don't know which of these I actually want. I feel like I'm not gonna end up using most of these consistently. But I'm probably more likely to use the circle moves than the back forwards. So we'll take the two circles. Oh, we also will get new abilities from that too, okay. A Bloodraven version of it, essentially. And Spiral Shadow, I assume, will have the same case happen. Yep, gets you Serpent Cleave. Next shop that comes up, I might buy some more healing. We'll see. We are a mess. Despite all the rain, we are still very covered in blood. But you know, if this rain is so cursed and nasty, why isn't it affecting us? Or really anybody that's here other than the ones that apparently have been affected by it? Like, it makes sense that the DDO soldiers aren't affected since they're wearing full armor suits that presumably protect them from it. Like, we've just got a mask and our hair, or on our head, for example. I don't really see how that protects you from magical death rain. But then again, we haven't really been told too much about what the actual effects of the rain is either.
present for ya.
I like presents. Raven Gear acquired caddiswire. That's a good present. We could also turn our mission in here. Oh yeah, missions. I forgot. We definitely killed 25 guys on the way here. Go ahead and get that paid out.
Nice work.
Thank you for your cooperation. I believe we've succeeded in sending our message loud and clear. The DDO is nothing more than a provisional governing body, and any attempt to cross this line will be met with severe consequences. We'll continue to do our part to make a fair and prosperous Tokyo for all. Now I need to kill 50 enemies with our larger blade. Hey kid, I got a special mission for you, just for you. Take down some hostiles with Takamina Kata. The Raven Clan's signature combat style utilizes twin blades or a taichi, and I want some of your data to help me teach the young ones. Take down whoever you like, just make sure you use Takamina Hakata. And we get Bulwark God's Orb, which that sounds like that might be a health extension in this game. I don't know what that'll do, but I'm interested.
All finished. Sending payment your way.
You've taken care of the offending officers, which means our company can finally regain access to the distribution channels and resume business as usual. The amount they were trying to charge us was downright criminal. Your services have been a far more efficient use of our funds. You have my thanks. Yeah, now we have a decent chunk more money, which is why I was waiting till now to buy anything. This way we have some spare funds on hand just in case. We'll go ahead and buy one big health restore and one small.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
That should hold us for a while. I don't feel any need to have the attack or defense increases because I'm assuming, yeah, they're temporary. It says right there that they're temporary. Looks like Yumi doesn't have anything new to well, maybe it doesn't update, so we'll check.
If you ever need more support, let me know.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like that meaningful a dialogue there. Yeah, just to... Whoop. That's camera mode. That's not what I wanted. But hey, take note, there's a camera mode. Didn't even realize that was there. Yeah, we have our max quantity of life elixirs on hand now, which I didn't even realize there was a max quantity on that. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have bought one, because now if I find one, I won't be able to fit it. But, oh yeah, actually, wait. I did open that box when I tested then. So I guess it gave me something else because I already had an Incense of Rebirth. Huh. Well, since I only can carry one, I feel less bad about the one I ended up using. Raven Gear Caddiswire. When you're near a hook point, press right bumper to latch on and swing across with the Caddiswire, allowing you to cross distances much farther than a normal jump.
Oh, that must be the Caddiswire Raven Gear. Find a solid point to hook onto, and you can use it to swing across great distances.
Raven Gear.
Yes, the cutting-edge technology developed through the Raven Clan's private research. Ninjas are, of course, known for their enhanced mobility, but these tools are specifically engineered to make full utilization of aerodynamic energy to allow for an even greater range of...
Wow, cool. How about you tell me about it some other time?
Just shutting him down hard there.
Indeed. I'm with Sayori, and we are en route to the shrine now. We'll remain concealed as we trail Yakumo, but should the need arise, I'll guard her with my life.
Ah, so that explains where she is at the very least. Really seems like it would be smarter for her to be with Yakumo, but sure. Well, we'll have her be with the science nerd ninja, I guess. That's probably fine. I was just pondering those two guys down there and just debating whether it would be worth it to swing back across and drop down and kill them. But I'm assuming it would be a pain in the butt to get back up. Actually, no, because you just bounce back and forth over there, I presume, to get back up. I don't see any boxes, though. Unless there's one, like, over here or something? No, don't see it. Not interested. Like, I understand the idea of splitting up so that your forces are less obvious. That makes sense. Misaki's just an unknown quantity, so I don't know if he's competent enough to handle guarding the priestess, who we also do not trust still. Also, you know, I stand by my statement of it's kind of hard for us to fulfill our promise of killing her if she tries anything shady when we're not with her. Purgatory. Red gateways allow you to enter Purgatory, where you can receive ninja coin and weapon experience for successfully completing a series of harsh battles. Wager your life essence and sacrifice a portion of your health to increase the potential reward. While in Purgatory, combat results do not affect your score for a stage, and ninja coin and weapon experience are not earned when defeating enemies. Note that some options are restricted in Purgatory. Okay. So I guess you only get the reward of winning the challenge then, not the reward from defeating individual enemies, whereas you get... I wish I knew exactly where the last checkpoint was. Because I'm assuming if I die in Purgatory, I actually die. And I'm just not sure if I want to wager my resources, but doing the earliest Purgatory would probably be the wisest test of how difficult these are. Ooh, okay. So we can at least see what the rewards are. I mean, even for not spending any of my health, 5,000 and 3,000 is a nice price to pay. Like, you actually get very diminishing advantage from wagering your health here. Like, for example, if you drop 15% of your health, you're only gaining 1,000 coins and 600 experience. And then it's just 900 more for experience and 1,500 more money for 30%. So the 30% is definitely the more worthwhile exchange. And it definitely goes up in value as the danger increases. I just don't think, like, the 15% one is worth doing, is what I'm trying to get at, I think. But we'll try the undamaged version here and see how it goes. Since they say it's a series of harsh battles. But I don't know if they mean all of the realms are the series of battles, or if there's a series of battles to each realm. I also don't know if you can even do multiple realms. Oh, you've got a shop and everything here, so that's nice.
Got some new tricks for you.
I was half expecting him to have a comment on the fact that we're here in Purgatory. Let's go ahead and grab the upgraded charge for our ultimate technique before we do this. Because since we have the ability to fast charge, we should be able to actually make use of that. Nah, I'm good.
If you've got it down, that's all that matters. I feel sorry for the sucker who crosses you next.
No, good news, there's gonna be a lot of them. I have no ninja coins right now, so there's no point in interacting with the shop at the moment. Let's do this. We'll have more money to spend on it here in a minute. Purgatory commences. Defeat enemy forces. Oh, they sent quite a few immediately, huh? Gotta be faster than that. So there's the difference with level 2. It's not as impressive as I remember it being in the other games. Because I remember it literally shredding multiple opponents. Which it hits a couple guys with level 2 here. And as you can see, there's definitely some collateral damage from it, too. Maybe it'll be better with other weapons. Oh, you were out of range. Survive onslaught. Alright. I kind of figured it wasn't gonna just be one wave when number 1 popped up there. That would be a little, you know, too easy, would be the phrase for it, I suppose. That is not the target I wanted, game, and you know it. Why won't you target the guy that's stabbing me in the ass? For the record, I was holding the stick towards the guy hitting me, and the game's like, no, you want to hit that guy. You don't want that one. That one's dangerous. He's hitting you. Clearly, he's scary. No more of your fancy stick tricks. Oh, those are missiles. Oh, the missiles hurt. Oh, the missiles are a source of pain. There we go, limb came off now. You with the missiles. Cut the shit! This is going resoundingly poorly. Like, it went reasonably well the first round, and this round has been a mess. Oh, right, officers. Officers are here. I love how I opened the menu to heal, and the game's like, you want to use your Essence of Rebirth, right? So I'm assuming that means I'm dead. Let's find out. Yep, that's actually death. Okay. I had health left, though. But I guess that must mean that I didn't actually have health left, like the attack that was hitting me was going to finish me? Type deal? Oh, it just put me back here, though. Okay. And I got all my stuff back. Okay, you know what? That's fine. Okay, it unspent my money, too. So, entering Purgatory is a checkpoint, is what that means. Okay. So, worst case, if I need to, I can also just use entering Purgatory as a means of adding a checkpoint where there might otherwise not be one. But I assume there's probably one right outside of here, too. Like, right as you got to this place, otherwise it would be kind of silly.
Doesn't hurt to practice. Too good for practice, huh?
The best practice is live combat. We're gonna try one more time. If it goes horrendously a second time in that second wave, we know I'm not up for it. It'll be that easy to figure out. There I was. Where'd I go? Oh no, I'm killing your friend now. That's a shame for him, and him, and all of your other friends who are going to die. Now here's the thing though, are these people real? Like, we're in Purgatory right now. Are these ones I've killed already? And I'm just fighting their ghosts here in Purgatory? Like, how does that even work? I have so many questions that I'm probably never going to get adequately answered. Yep, there we go. There's the 3 enemies with an ultimate technique achievement. Because apparently that's an achievement. There we go. That's the correct way to use that spiral move. I really thought that essence was still there, but I guess I picked it up on landing again. These goddamn missile guys really need to go. And that's why I picked up the parrying, because I knew at some point I was going to accidentally parry when I needed to. Because I can't say that I did that on purpose. I tried to parry, but I can't guarantee I'll ever, like, succeed when I try to, you know? So when I say I accidentally succeeded doing something like that, that's what I mean. Is I'm trying to do it, but I am not confident or good enough to guarantee that it'll happen when I want it to. Okay, that spin move is actually super useful for situations like that, because I can deflect an enemy that's coming towards me in a way they aren't prepared for. And it's a good way of scattering them so they can't keep clumping up on me. Which, them clumping up is a good and a bad thing. Like, it's useful for them to clump up so I can hit them with certain moves, but other moves, it's not actually favorable for them to be clumped up for. I hit the wrong button because I was trying to Blood Raven, and I ended up pulling up the item wheel instead. Oh, I didn't even realize that guy was still alive. Well, he's dead now. Ooh, wow, that hurt. Okay. You're the one who launched me away, bud. There, I faced you. And defaced you. Okay, it was just 2 stages. For what I spent on that, I think that's fine. I ended up spending 4,000 worth of items and got 5,000 back. On a brighter note, this freed up inventory space. Unfortunately, I can't go back in to spend that stuff, so I'm gonna have to wait till I find the next spot where I can spend my resources. Goddamn photo mode again. I wanted to see if I could afford weapon stuff. I can afford one of these if I want to see what the abilities I get in attachment to these are. Which, of the two, I'm probably more likely to use this one. I don't know if I like the idea of dashing forward like that. I feel like when I use that, I'm going to dash through a guy into the attack of another guy and immediately get bodied. Okay, so we get Tsukumo Drop. Ooh, I do like that one. And it triggers a bloodbath kill if in Berserk state. I'm assuming Berserk state is something attached to our Blood Raven thing that we don't have yet, probably. This... No, it did not count towards using that to kill enemies. Okay. I didn't figure, but I was curious. Yeah, and our weapons in general are the Takami Nakata, so I don't need to worry about doing anything specific for those kills. I just need to kill 50 enemies. The Purgatory enemies don't count. Even though it says all areas. Purgatory is a special circumstance there. Which that makes sense. Which furthers my conclusion that Purgatory enemies aren't real. I'm gonna go this whole long way over here, because I'm assuming... Wait, no, that's back up to where the Purgatory thing was. Just to prove what I'm saying. Okay. I went that whole way because I was assuming there was gonna be an item over there. Not realizing that that quite literally was backtracking. Yeah, I need to swing across this gap here. And... Oh yeah, because that's where we swung across in the first place. Okay. We were in Purgatory just long enough that I forgot some of the way that area looked. There we go. There's the loot. Up there. Gib. That is not Gib. Also... Oh, this is the Gordy. Okay. Gordies are mysterious, adorable creatures found throughout the world that you can attempt to capture by pressing B when one's in range. Some can be captured correctly by inputting in the displayed button combination, and some may flee if they detect you. Yoink. Mysterious creatures that resemble a gourd. They are highly sought after in specific fields of research, perhaps due to their cuddly personalities and adorable appearances, or the fact that they make oil. There's our first Gordy mission completed too now. And we got an iron brew in case I need it. Okay, so we got another hook point to swing at. A hop and a hop. That is kind of satisfying, though I do kind of wish we had more control over the swinging. It really does feel fairly on rails. Life elixir? How's our health looking anyway? Okay, we did get fully healed when we came out of purgatory. So that's good. Why are you making me look up there when there's a guy right there? What do you want? I don't know how he didn't hear me running up on him like that. I was not subtle at all that time. Oh, he's not ready for this at all, huh? That's a shame. So, that's what I get for trying to kill the drone, I guess. There you go. I guess the drone leaves after it sets off an alert, though, so I guess I could just keep letting those get set off so I can get more weapon experience. And send monies. Not to mention mission progress, you know. The more targets taken out, the better, right? Right. Is there actually anything back here? There's a box. Exploration rewarded again. Ooh, Cobalt Ring. Moderate defense increase. A cursed ring embedded with a large blue gemstone. Enchanted to enhance physical endurance. When equipped, decreases incoming damage. Ooh, so there's accessories as well. Look at that. Accessories grant perks when equipped from the equipment screen. You can equip as many accessories as you have slots available. Also, it was a trap. Hang on, let me put my ring on, then I'll deal with you. There we go. Says sufficiently blinged, now you will die. I don't need to see you to kill you. My swords will find you anyway. There we go. Thanks for the extra stuff, boys. Do I want to buy anything from you? At 5,000. I don't think you have anything I want from you right now.
Good to see you, Yakumo.
I do want to turn in my mission, though, to see exactly how much money I have. Yeah, I'll have 7,000 after that.
Nice work.
This might... Yeah, this added another mission. Capture total of 5. From my research into the Gordy sample, I've discovered that the extracted oil can serve as a highly efficient fuel source. So much so that if utilized properly, it could revolutionize technology as we know it. The Divine Dragon Order must not be allowed to monopolize this scientific breakthrough. Help me complete my research. Please secure some additional Gordy samples. Alright. And you still have the same items. I don't really need more life elixirs since I'm already at max. I assume you still don't have anything else?
You feeling alright? Don't overdo it, okay?
Yep, you don't really have anything else to add. Okay. Let's double check because I have more money than I thought. 7,000 might get me
I think
something.
you're ready for something new.
What does that mean? There's new stuff? No, it just means I can afford new stuff. I'm probably not gonna use landing ultimate technique because I'm just not really gonna think to use it as I'm landing, despite the fact that I did it in Purgatory a couple times. I feel like the other moves are more useful to me. Let's see what Art of Defense gets me. Not that I'm gonna stay still and block that much. Okay, that didn't unlock anything, huh? Okay, that's a shame. But we'll go ahead and grab the Flying Swallow Barrage as well.
If you want to test it out, now's your chance.
Yeah.
Too good for practice, huh? Sure is coming down, huh?
Yeah.
We had this discussion already, but it got undone by the glitch that happened earlier.
Hurry up and
Plans.
revive them.
She told me the real...
And you...
No.
Okay, hotshot.
Do you have anything else to add?
You've gotten strong, sure. But all eyes are on you, kid. Don't let the Raven clan down.
I'll try not to.
You'll grow stronger yet. Just don't slack off in your training.
Alright, that covers all of that. Raven Gear Caddis Wire 2. Press right bumper near a hook point on a wall or a ledge to leap across and latch on using the Caddis Wire. Use left stick to run along the wall after leaping to it with the Caddis Wire. We did have the option to do this during Purgatory as well. That was all that stuff that was on the walls, I assume. Ta-da!
To the gate. But this place is swarming with DDO troops too.
No surprise that they're all over.
Or take him head on.
How do I get rid of the drone? Can I just, like... So, turns out it's resistant to shurikens. Ah, well, that's a shame. My targeting is going ape right now, and it's a problem. Anybody want to be a volunteer? You are! Really don't know why they just walked into that. They saw me charging that. They had to know what that meant. They're trying to tell me they have no combat data after what I've already done. I find that hard to believe. You fell off first, so you know, you had to go first. Oh wow, I got him that way, huh? You know what, I'll take it. Shake the blood off. So, you know, the fact that we just make our weapons appear and disappear makes me wonder why he bothers shaking the blood off of them. It's not like they'll rust. I guess it's a style thing. Crimson blood pellets. We should heal. I don't think I need to use 2 of them right now. Ooh, lots of goodies. Ooh, and whatever this is. Oh, that's the data chip we needed. Neat. Fine, life elixir. Life elixir. Fine, life elixir. I really do wonder if I'm just getting lucky and that happens to be the items I have space for, or if it, like, upgrades the item to fit a different slot if it's full. Because that would honestly be very interesting. It would also be a way of rewarding good play if, like, say, a regular life elixir would have been in that box, but since you have full life elixirs already, they'll just give you a better one. Anything under here? I'm betting that was a way to sneak past them if you wanted to be more clever about how you did things instead of just brute forcing through like I've been. Cool. Let's not go over here yet. I, for some reason, thought I was going backward. Can I even go back up? this ladder work? This ladder does work. Okay. Doesn't really look like it leads much of anywhere, though. Okay, I know where I'm supposed to be going. It's past that drone over there. But I'm looking around for goodies. And I was kind of hoping to go back to the shop to turn in the mission I just did. But I guess I'm not going to be able to go backwards to turn that in. I'm going to have to wait and go forward. I guess that keeps me from just running back and forth a bunch to do missions. Where'd the drone go?
Scan results. All clear.
There it is. I knew I heard it real close. I was trying to figure out where it went. Turns out it was higher up than I thought. Oh, never mind. That's what happens when an item is in your inventory too much. You just get coins for it. That's honestly fine.
Scanning area.
Where? Oh, the ladder. Okay. Those ladders are a bright color, but they don't necessarily always stand out because the lighting and the ladder are the same color for over here, so it made the ladder kind of just blend with the wall a bit. Yeah.
That's a lot of hostiles. Be careful.
That was a lot of ninja coin. Oh yeah, that sure is a bunch of enemies. Not as many as I've fought before. I've definitely fought more than that at one point, specifically in Purgatory. But I can assassinate the officer, which will take out the most dangerous opponent here. Hiya! Hi. How y'all doing? Berserk state. During combat, dealing and taking damage will cause your berserk gauge to fill, but it will decrease over time. When the berserk gauge is full, press both sticks to enter berserk state. Fill the berserk gauge through any of the following: hit an enemy with an attack, receive an attack from an enemy, execute an enemy with obliteration. There we go. Now it worked. Bloodbath kill. Performing certain actions in Blood Raven form while in berserk state will trigger a bloodbath kill, instantly slaughtering the enemy. Some enemies cannot be instantly killed, but will instead be staggered. While wielding Takaminakata, hit an enemy with a charge attack by a holding left trigger and holding X or Y to trigger bloodbath kill while in berserk state. Like that. Okay, that's neat. I don't know how about that I am personally, but it's fun. Ooh, that's a different charge attack. I didn't know I could do that. You know what? You're right. You should die already. Thank you for cooperating. Witness my ow. Ooh, that almost was bad. That missile would have hurt. If you could kindly tell your missile throwing friend to stop it, I would appreciate that. Preferably before I kill you so you can't tell him that. Dum dee 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 da 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 da. The fact that I can get hit right as I'm coming out of my ultimate technique, while I still do not have control back, but I'm no longer invincible, really sucks, by the way. That's like the one complaint I'm having so far, is the very specific bit of timing there that just screws you occasionally. Is very unfortunate. Hi, you thought you were safe up here. Good news, you're permanently safe now. I thought I charged sufficiently. Apparently I did not. Oh, I just botched so much trying to do a fancy kill there. That should have worked. I was in Blood Raven form, I charged my attack, I was in Berserk state, and yet it didn't Bloodbath kill them. I'm confused. And also very much in pain as a result. But it's fine, we'll just drink 2 of those and we'll be okay. Oh, you had friends. How nice for you that you still have more friends for me to kill. Well, maybe not that last part. That last part might not be great, but, you know. No, you get back down here. I'm not done hitting you yet. Oh, turns out he was easier to kill. Huh. Who knew? There you go. And I guess once his friend was dead, he didn't really have much to live for, huh? That's not what I wanted to do. I guess I can't go up there? I wanted to see if there was any goodies, like, all the way up here, since there was a line and path leading there. No goodies? No goodies. Okay. I'm guessing that was all for if you wanted to be, like, much more clever about how you went about this, like jumping around and assassinating people. Went into photo mode again by accident. Yeah, we have more than enough for Winged Blade, but I think I'm gonna save up for Tsukumo Drop. That seems like something I want. Unsatiable Ripper would also not be bad. The amount of spinning on that just makes my brain happy. And look at how wide the sweep on that is. That would clear a crowd up pretty nice. So what was this one again? Oh yeah, this was the double hit. Nah, I think I want the spin. We'll hold off and wait for that. There's our Gordy buddy. There's apparently, I guess, 15 of them at all, considering it's 1 out of 15. I could have used the Iron Brew to get through that previous encounter better. And heal up some more since we lost some health. Okay, we got the data chip. We've almost got enough kills now. We just need to find 4 Gordies. Okay, we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. We also suddenly have a lot more money. Oh, hey, convenient. We can spend it now.
Ready for a round or two?
And you still got what I want? I'm debating Chain Link. Because I am trying to dodge more, though it doesn't feel like I'm losing my combos when I'm dodging. So I don't really know if this works the way I think it does. Like, it implies very heavily that dodging interrupts your combos. But maybe I'm just not noticing because I'm not that attentive to my combos. Bloodraven Fatal Flash does seem like something I might want. Because I've gotten a few parries right as I go into Bloodraven form. So this would naturally work for me. And it obviously guarantees more blood orbs. Much like the regular Fatal Flash does. But this will hit a much wider area. So yeah, I think we're taking that. Because I've actually ended up using Fatal Flash way more than I expected to. And of course there's the perfect version as well. Do I want Perfect Block? Perfect Block does seem like something that would be very useful, but it's not something I'm good enough at to be like, yeah, I definitely want that. I say, having said the same thing about Fatal Flash, and we've had it go off a lot, but, you know.
Never stops.
It's a good idea to hang on to some money in case I need to spend it at the shop to keep myself in resources as well.
What do you need?
I need you to accept my report about this mission.
Job's all done. You're good at this.
I don't know what a Phantasmal Herb does, but we'll find out. Okay, no other new missions yet. We'll grab one healing item.
Thank you.
Just in case, because now that I know that I just get my money back if I pick up ones that I can't fit, that works out perfectly, honestly. Because that arguably means I should just restock entirely every time, because I'll just get the money back. Which, technically, you'll always get the money back regardless, if you think about it, because as long as you're alive, you're generating money. You need to restock everything, but it's a more direct exchange in this particular case. Eh.
Alright, back to it.
The dried roots of a phantasmal plant that is said to grow only once every few decades. Mixing it with a dragon scale through esoteric process will produce an elixir that enhances the vitality of whoever drinks it. Ah, Dragon Lord's Grace. The black scale and the phantasmal herb items have no effect on their own, but upon obtaining at least one of each, they automatically combine into Dragon Lord's Grace and increase Yakumo's maximum health. So that's our health extension in this game, is getting black scales and phantasmal herbs. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I need to get a scale now. Yep, we got some money from that Divine Life Elixir. They are really generous with those right now, but that's kind of standard. They're very generous at the beginning, and later on you stop getting any. Yoink. You're too slow. Get the gunner first. And then I can just rip you apart. Nice and easy. Once we clear these guys out, I'll be able to buy the skill I was looking at. So I think it was 12,500 for the one that I had my eye on. Apparently I accidentally killed that guy. I'm not even sure how I got him. A lot more than your arm's gone now, bud. There we go. Yep, there we go. And that didn't learn anything new. That's fine. Based on the fact that we have things tied to specific weapons, though, that definitely tells me there's going to be other weapons, which is nice. We just gotta get to them. So far, I'm on board enough that I might actually try to finish this one, but it depends on if it suddenly gets much more difficult.
The next pylon.
Should be just up ahead. Make your way up to the roof.
It would be very funny if the radio chatter could actually set these guys off. Shank. Also, can I just say how overkill it is that he's assassinating people with the entire katana he's got there, instead of, like, having a knife for the job? Kinda here for it, though. Definitely make sure that whoever you're getting is gone. Coming for you. You thought you were safe all the way over here shooting at me. Real shame for you. And we're doing this bit again, huh? Did you not just learn from what happened to your friend over there? No, of course you didn't. Well, you won't have to worry about learning anything anymore. So, based on how that was going, I'm not sure they were going to learn even if they did live. Even more covered in blood than we were before. What a mess. My cleaning bill's going to be real bad after this adventure. Really, another shop? Weren't we just at a shop a minute ago?
Nice work out there.
Oh. Yeah, we didn't finish any missions yet. I mean, we do have 30,000 ninja coin. Let's go ahead and just
Hope that helps.
finish stocking on healing, fine.
See you later, Yak.
Look who it is.
The guy who's gonna be buying a lot more things. You know what? Let's go ahead and buy landing ultimate technique in case it teaches me something else. Else relating to our ultimate technique.
Doesn't hurt to practice. Confident, huh?
Okay, no, it didn't teach me anything else. Go Go ahead and grab chain link, because that was the one I was thinking about doing.
Hello there.
Hey there, Callista. How's it going? And nope, nothing new from that either. Okay. We'll save our remaining 6,000 in case I start going through healing items like it's going out of style. Now that I'm starting to get a feel for things more, I'm not as concerned about that.
Coming up on the pylon soon, Yakumo.
This is where this could get bad, though.
I'm not alone.
Yeah, I'm sure we're not alone. Oh, wait. I think I know what he means by that. Just gonna take a quick scan around. See if I can see anybody. No. No, it doesn't seem like anybody's around. I'm sure it's fine. I have a sneaking suspicion, though. Yep, boss fight.
You've done well to make it this far. Good job. Face me.
Bring it.
Very fancy. Oh, you got a hell of a health bar, though. Formidable enemies. Certain formidable or larger enemies are able to continue attacking while taking damage. Some enemies are even able to move unflinchingly against Bloodraven form attacks. While a formidable enemy is guarding or performing a defensive action, countering with a Bloodraven form attack will stagger it, momentarily rendering it unable to attack and opening its defenses. Additionally, the closer the formidable enemy was to unleashing its power attack, the longer it will stay staggered. Okay, those attacks were still going through. Ooh, bah, yeah. You missed me. Okay, he hit me through that. Okay, sure. I got screwed on that deal because my attack raised me above where I wanted to be. Keep getting caught in my animations, and it's a problem. Oh, come on now. I got screwed there. I couldn't get back control to do anything. He has a pixel of fucking health left. Absolute horseshit. Oh, he has a second health bar. Never mind. Now that makes more sense. Not that I'm happy about it either way, but I'm less upset about it at least. What? I didn't even see what that second hit was. Oh, that explodes. Okay. I feel like that's a little bit of a dick move to pull suddenly. But you know what? That's how these go. Now that I know that his attacks explode in the second phase, let's be a bit more careful in the first phase, shall we? Though, apparently, my dodges are way less effective than I think they are. Gotcha. My own attack techniques taking me into his attacks without my direct control over that is very frustrating. Apparently that one didn't count, because he didn't get staggered by that. Okay, good. He did go into second phase.
Still don't stand a chance.
You can tell it's serious because the vocals have kicked in. Yeah, the fact that he has attacks that can just immediately counter my dodges really sucks. It's like, oh hey, you dodged one part of it, but hey, no matter how much dodging you do, some of the attacks just count anyway. Case in point, I wish I had input on screen right now. This is another one of those situations, because the second his sword left the sheath, I dodged. Game didn't acknowledge that, but I did that. And that is what always kills me with this style of game, is like, I will do exactly what I need to do, but either there'll be like a gap in the animation where I can't actually do that, or any number of things like that. Oh, piss off, game. I don't need your help. Apparently I'm getting that help regardless of whether I want it or not. Okay. Like, I'm not having that much trouble with the fight itself. I'm just having some issues with timing. So I'm not even ending up using all of my resources, for example. But there are certain, like, clashes and such that are not working the way I think they do, which is not helping my cause either. Because there have been multiple occasions where I will visibly parry him, like he will get staggered but continue attacking after the... No, just kill me. I got screwed so badly on that one. It's like, hey, I'm just gonna beat the piss out of you, and I hope you just accept that, because you're not gonna get to respond. Is to explain part of what's driving me up the wall with this fight, you may be seeing me, like, rising into the air a bunch. I'm not doing that. That's just part of how your main combo with Yakumo here seems to work. And it is driving me up the wall, because I keep wanting to stay on the ground so I can dodge better, but I keep getting pulled up into the air by the combo, and I wish I could turn that move that is doing that off. It's just driving me crazy. Once again, I hit the wrong fucking button. Oh, now you're just gonna keep spamming power moves, huh? Okay. Case in point right there, I was airborne, so I couldn't do what I wanted to do to punish him going for his heavy attack. I dodged when he swung. Didn't actually take it, though. That one was my fault. That one I accept. But some of these are a little scuffed, is what I'm getting at. And I don't think they're fair. But again, that's that classic situation of it's not going to be provable. And there I am in the air again, getting punished for rising into the air when I didn't even want to. I do appreciate that he doesn't just default knock you out of your combo when you go to the second health bar, though. That's actually nice.
Still don't stand a chance.
Game? When I do my Blood Raven move, and I'm still holding the button, that means I want to keep using the Blood Raven moves, not just randomly drop out of it. Is my controller fucking up? I don't know. That time, it just dropped it randomly without me actually letting go of that. Unless, like, there's a world in which my finger twitched just enough to count as it letting go of the trigger, but I did not intentionally do anything to drop that. Once again, hey look, you're up in the air, about to do something stupid, haha! I wish you wouldn't do that, Yakumo! Okay, that's just healing over time. Of course, it doesn't help that he keeps hiding out of range in the second phase, so I can't actually counter his heavy attacks at all as well, which does not help. No. I don't want to end up burning literally everything I own to try to do this fight. We can do this better. I just need to stop fucking flying around like an asshole. Doesn't help, though, that there are just so many instances where you will not be able to do what you're trying to do. Is there are so many uncancelable animations. You're asking the wrong guy what that word means there, bud. I know it means something, but I don't remember what I was told. And as you might imagine, now is not the time for me to try to answer questions like that anyway.
Still don't stand a chance.
Not this time. You're not getting to hide from me enough to do that this time. Oh, you have a counter move that I never saw. Okay, sure. Nope, you are not doing that this time. Sure, game. Sure, I did the move that's supposed to stop him from doing that, but no, let's not have that count. Why would we have that count? Having that count doesn't make the boss win the fight, therefore we don't want that to happen. Enough. Now just die. Like you were meant to die 8 attempts ago. Ugh, that took way longer than it needed to.
It's done.
Great. I just finished opening their defenses.
Good.
Thanks.
Just one pylon left after this. Keep it up.
There we go. Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, that was the chapter boss. That explains why he was such a pain in the ass. Oh wow, there's separate points for Azuna dropping people now. Neat. We did so well on not dying until that boss, and then we just died and died and died. I thought I died more than 4 times, though. It felt like more than 4. Oh, I guess I shouldn't feel as bad. Yeah, being side story or tale makes sense why the Game Boy Resident Evil game is Resident Evil Gaiden. Is it's a Resident Evil side story. There we go,
Alright,
chapter 2.
let's head to the last pylon.
This path should take you straight there.
Surprising that the first 2 pylons were both chapter 1. You would have figured it would have been a pylon a chapter. But I guess there's a lot happening after this.
Giacomo, what happened?
Demon happened.
Bridge collapsed. Just find me another route to the target.
I think I can help. For now, get somewhere safe.
I'm gonna assume I want to jump over that. That seems like it'll hurt me. Okay, the dodge timing's a little tighter than I thought.
Further demonic phenomena, I presume.
Now is not the time to be impressed.
Watch out!
That's a train. That's booster. Okay. Gotta go. Back the other way. Take it back now, y'all. Uh-oh. Okay, that worked. Over here. Oh, I thought that pipe was about to end. Hi, Parrish.
Looks like the DDO's caught up.
Thanks for catching me.
An ambush, more likely. Stay on your guard, Yakumo.
The fact that the demon dropped me right in front of these DDO troops makes me wonder who's on whose side here. There we go. Really, though, all they did was set those guys up to die. Didn't really help their cause much.
Look who it is.
On the bright side, it was a nice way to vent off some of the frustration from the boss fight. Yeah, sure, I'll pick up Perfect Block in case it unlocks something else. I really should be purchasing more healing, but it'll be fine.
If you've got it down, that's all
Ooh,
that matters.
Reflect. Perfect Block and then Y. Okay. Probably never gonna happen in practice, but you know what? It exists. They sure do be slicing there, Jay. How's it going?
Looking for a new gig? You're in luck.
New missions? New missions! I can also drop off some of mine. So far, so good. I'm enjoying it. The boss fight was kind of twisting me a bit, but that was in part my own fault. Albeit as I was being a bit sloppy.
Job's all done. You're good at this.
So part of it being my default combo dragging me into the air, which I'm still kind of annoyed at. Let's see. You're gonna have to be more specific there, Jay. There's a few games people have tried to say were impossible to beat. That still doesn't narrow it down because there's a lot of Ninja Gaidens out there. Oh, I'm a secretary working for a certain politician. I have been informed that an opponent of my employer has been negotiating to sell a certain plot of land to the Divine Dragon Order. This land houses a public marketplace and is an important landmark to the people of Tokyo. This deal must be stopped. We have attempted talks with this political opponent, but they have all fallen through. We have little choice and no time to spare. Please eliminate the DDO soldiers acting as his bodyguards. Oh, yeah, no, that tracks. These games are known to be very difficult. Which is why I'm like, if people are saying a Ninja Gaiden's impossible to beat, unfortunately, that's like half of them. Otherworld gate appear. Hurt humans world. Unless opposed, humans extinct. Destroy gate, 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 destroy gate. I think he wants me to destroy a gate.
So a demon's guarding the shrine.
Yeah. I've never heard of anything like that before. So, now we have to deal with supernatural creatures on top of the DDO. And here I thought this would be a simple assassination job.
Sorry to drag you into it.
Oh, no, it's fine. This is an important mission for the clan. We need to see it through no matter what.
To be fair, we're doing all the legwork.
Now, let's get back to it.
Yeah, that in particular would make sense. Because even I've not beaten the original Ninja Gaiden, despite having tried to. Is there are certain parts of it that are just... ugh. Ooh, we have actual new moves. Okay. We got jump attacks that we can pick up and some right bumper attacks. Neat. Not gonna be able to afford those right now, but good to know that there are some other new ones that get picked up. It would be, yeah, because one of the main things that makes the original Ninja Gaiden a nightmare is you have to do the final stretch of stages without having to continue, because most of the time when you die, you end up going back to the beginning of the specific stage you're on, But in the final set of stages, there's an issue where it causes you to have to go through the entire final set of stages instead of working normally.
Security drone could be useful.
Raven Gear Caddis Wire 3. After using the Caddis Wire to cling to a wall or drone, press X or Y to unleash a quick downward attack towards a nearby enemy. Yeah, that is what made me give up on classic Ninja Gaiden a bit, is having to deal with a full string of stages at the end there without being able to continue like you would in the rest of the game. Just like, yeah, you know, I'm kind of over that idea. Because I also didn't want to just save state my way through it either, because that didn't feel great. It's an awkward situation. There's the Azuna drop. gotta get at least one Azuna drop in. Just crush his head like a melon. To be fair, I wouldn't even have done it, but it was a challenge in a retro group I was in. So it's like, you know what? Sure, I'll try it, because they specifically put forth the challenge. And then I gave up. It's like, you know, this ain't worth my patience. I don't have that much to prove. Ooh, new item. Oh, not so new item. We just got a couple of those for free from getting my ass beat by the boss. Oh, hi, guys. I see we're still doing this dance. Okay. I wasn't ready for more of you right now. But yes, this is technically the same series as the original Nintendo Ninja Gaidens, in that it's following the same plot, and Ryu Hayabusa is still the main character in all of them except this one. Some of them, I believe, end up technically being somewhat... Well, no, they're not retellings at all, because the characters from the original series aren't involved anymore, other than Ryu, necessarily. Timeline-wise, I don't know if they take place after or something. I would assume they do, if they're even actually connected or not. But they do exist within the same series. Like, things that remain constant throughout all of them. Dark Dragon's kind of a problem. Ryu's kind of stuck doing 90% of the work in the world, being part of Hayabusa clan, who has the fancy dragon sword that can solve problems. Much akin to the Castlevania problem, where Belmonts end up having to solve most things because they have the fancy whip that solves problems. How about you don't do that? Whatever that move was you were going to do. Get bullied, get bullied. There we go. And away we go on the rail again. And hoop. Jump, jump, slide, slide.
You're getting close. Stay on that rail.
I don't know about that one.
The rail is moving?
This demon has a lot of influence around here, I gotta say.
Let's take the long way around.
Seems as though breaking the Dark Dragon free has its consequences.
Let's just focus
We haven't even done that yet. We're working on breaking the Dark Dragon free, because our prophecy foretells, supposedly, that that's supposed to be what we do. You can tell I'm still not convinced about the idea that we're being told the correct version of our prophecy, considering the one we were supposed to assassinate told us that. We're kind of forgetting the whole people will do anything to not die in most cases situation there. By just believing in her. But I guess there wouldn't be much of a plot to this game if we just murdered the priestess we were supposed to murder. Something intelligent protagonists make games much shorter. Just turn a bunch more people into meat soup. Don't think I need to heal. Absolutely. But that's more understandable in situations like that. This is a case where the player themselves are the one with no agency instead. Because there are no dialogue options, no decisions to be made, you're just along for the ride. So this is why I make fun of the protagonist intelligence here, because we have no control over the bad decisions they make. Like, those are two very, very different scenarios. When player agency causes bad decisions, that's just players fucking around. That's a very different scenario there. Instead, you basically have narrative dissonance when your character is just an idiot. Like, it can be hard to suspend your disbelief about things when you just see such a radically bad decision without even them questioning it particularly. Like, in this particular case, Yakumo's here is convinced he can just make the... Again, you're completely missing the point I'm making here, but you're lacking the context, so I see why you're not getting the point of what I'm saying. That is a very different situation again. Being morally questionable or evil obviously justifies the decisions they're making, so then it works. In this particular case, to all we know, Yakumo is on the side of trying to keep the world safe, which would be diametrically opposed to releasing the Dark Dragon, which is the cause of most of the world's strife. But, to give everybody that missed the early bit context as to why I'm saying his decision-making is questionable here, he was originally assigned to kill the Priestess of the Dark Dragon, because according to the Raven Clan's prophecies, that would solve their issues. The said priestess then told him, no, killing me won't solve it. You have to revive the Dark Dragon and purify it to solve your problem. Now, we don't know much about Yakumo, so there's an entire world in which he just doesn't have any clue what the hell he's doing, which then makes it make more sense that he may make questionable decisions. But with any kind of context or just thought through a bit, there's plenty of reason to doubt being told to do this. And literally everyone around him's like, what are you fucking doing? Which should be another clear clue that, hey, maybe the decision he's making is a bad idea. Which brings a whole other question. Well, that's kind of the problem. We don't have any way to know who's telling him the truth about either end of the prophecy. We were told the letter of the prophecy and have been given two separate interpretations to work off of. Either the interpretation that is the literal one, where it mentioned the death of the priestess cleanses, but now she's interpreted it differently because obviously she doesn't want to die. So It's a whole thing. But you can kind of see where there would be a lot of self-interest involved in an interpretation where the priestess doesn't get killed on the part of the priestess. Now, that said, to counter my own argument, I have a couple points on that as well. Because if she's the priestess of the Dark Dragon, one would assume she has more knowledge of the Dark Dragon than most would. So there's a logic there, where she actually does understand, and she is the correct one in this scenario. Also entirely possible. Here's the thing. These games really aren't designed for the plot to be entirely sensible or necessarily the most well-written thing in the world. Usually it's a case of just fucking roll with it, it's fine. Shit just kind of happens and you'll make it work by the end of it. Type deal. I'm just questioning it because I don't have anything else to occupy my mind right now while I'm stabbing dudes. And there are just plenty of times where a protagonist just goes along with something so stupid that I just have to question it.
Good to see you, Yakumo.
Yeah, I should just, at the very least, buy one of these moderate heals. As discussed before, there's really no downside to buying those, because if I find too many, it just refunds them anyway. Honestly, I would be down with that. If he just manned up and was like, you know what, this lets me to be able to do more, sure, I'm down with that. This is fine. But he went the standard edgy route of, if you lied to me, I'm going to kill you. And that's it. That's all we got out of that. I'm just like, yeah, you know what? Sure, why not? But the methodology there is questionable, considering said priestess he's totally going to kill if she double-crosses him is nowhere to be seen ever again and is in the company of a different member of our clan. So if she subverts him instead now, we ain't gonna be able to kill her. That ain't gonna work. This entire plan then backfires miserably. Like, that's the part I have an issue with, is that his backup plan of killing her has so many fucking holes in it. Swiss cheese would be envious. Like, I'm all on board for hearing out the potential that the prophecy was told was inaccurate, or just an interpretation that favors someone else, etc., on down the line, because there's millions of possible reasons for it. But just blindly accepting a different interpretation without much critical thinking going into it also doesn't wash well. And maybe it's some of the frustration I just have with things as they are right now that might be making me extra aggravated with that as a concept. Considering there's just a awful lack of critical thinking I'm observing on a regular basis these days. Making it harder for me to ignore people who just really don't think things through. Well, good news, that didn't count as death. So, credit to the game on that one for not having that just kill me. Exactly. That is exactly the point I'm making. These flying guys are really obnoxious with how many of them there are. This is really fucking with my mojo here, game. On the bright side, I can just spike him into the pit. That's fun. There we go. Get rid of Missile Guy, because he's the reason I flew off into the ether a moment ago. There we go. Target's executed. You know, I didn't look at how much that paid, but that better pay well, considering the aggravation involved. Oh, I guess I can't attach to that railing anymore, huh? Okay. Well, they're not really robots. Those are people. They're just in suits. Hence all the blood spouting everywhere. Those are very much living, breathing people I'm hacking to pieces.
What do you need?
Pretty much, yeah.
Job's all done. You're good at this.
You've done a great service eliminating those bodyguards and allowing me to appropriately deal with the rival candidate. We've secured order amongst the people, and my employer is most pleased with the results. With our rival now out of the picture, our victory in the upcoming election is all but assured. We will negotiate with the DDO to find a more suitable use for the land in question. Yeah, along the way, we're just picking up these side jobs and doing that just to get paid, really. We're not particularly concerned about the results.
Hope that helps. Be safe out there.
Gotta fund our ninja clan somehow, after all. I'm really glad he missed with those missiles. That would have been a real issue. Even better that he got collateral damaged. Not really. This one kind of operates a little bit more gray area than most of the ninja clans in this universe. Because they've kind of embraced modern times more than most. We don't know that much about the Raven clan, really. Particularly. We don't know if the whole clan picks up these odd jobs, or if this is just what our particular team does, and it's just kind of accepted. That is not what I told you to do, Yakumo. You dying there is on you, not me. I told him to vault, and he just went, nah, I'm gonna die instead. I like the idea of dying. There we go. Got it to work that time. I hate that I can't throw shuriken while I'm in the air. That is the dumbest thing. Goddamn rookie ninjas not being able to multitask. Those sure were missiles. I have no agency at the moment, so I'm not really concerned about them shooting missiles at me. That's a lot of missiles. A lot of very poorly aimed missiles.
Finally shook them off.
Nice maneuvering back there.
Those are fun diversions.
Let's get to it.
I can't afford any new moves, but do you have anything new in this list? Not yet.
I feel sorry for the sucker who crosses you next.
I mean, that is true. Really just a bad choice of naming on their part, really, if you think about it.
Nice workout.
If they just named it a Hiddle, maybe they wouldn't have to worry about targeting systems so much.
mentioned earlier?
A demon is like a type of mystical being. Most of them live on sacred grounds. They can be anything from lesser spirits to demigods.
That's a
And to think
wide
these
range.
beings actually exist.
They exist, all right. I helped hunt down some of the most powerful demons in Tokyo, and made them the protectors of the Dark Dragon shrines.
To ward off potential threats to the Dark Dragon's seals. I see.
That about sums it up. But enough of that. Yakumo, the last pylon should be close by.
So let me get this straight. You hunted down the baddest shit around, and that's what I'm gonna have to deal with to get to the seals. And you're just now telling me this. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Demons are just mystical beings in a lot of contexts. Now, demons spelled the other way kind of walk a little bit more of a direct line. Usually, to my knowledge, it's the specific difference of DEA demons and DE demons are the split point there. Where if they're just spelled DEEMON, they're usually the categorical kind that are predominantly evil, whereas the one with the extra A in there is the one with the wider definition. But point to note either way, though, is I feel like she could have warned us about the whole super demon thing earlier. Is Sayori the one that was just talking to us about the demon? That's the Dark Dragon Priestess. Also, if she's guarding the seals on the Dark Dragon, this again throws a lot of question marks based on how she was being portrayed to us at the beginning of this. Is the theory they were operating under to begin with was if she died, the seals would be destroyed. Because our job was to unseal the Dark Dragon to begin with. We've kind of really just modified the plan as far as unsealing the Dark Dragon goes to begin with by not killing the priestess. Which the angle of using her for inside knowledge about that is a benefit, but there's a lot more to the prophecy than just that line, because it was a 2-line prophecy. I just do not remember the first line accurately off the top of my head at this point. So I seem to recall the first line literally was just when blackened rain falls. There's something else after that, and then the death of a priestess, it cleanses. Something along those lines. I do not remember the line anymore, because it's been 3 hours, basically. And there's a lot that's happened in those 3 hours. Is the main point they're trying to achieve here is they're trying to purify the Dark Dragon, which is their ancestor, according to their knowledge and history and everything. Which the Dark Dragon kind of has a bad rap because he's been the source of all of the problems. He is part of the collection of divine dragons in this universe, so technically should be a positive thing, you would think, but there's always a black sheep in every family type deal. He's kind of the problem child. So that there always has to be the one evil god in the pile. Entirely possible. We don't know what her end game is. She may actually be completely on the up and up with us as far as she knows. Who knows? We just don't have enough knowledge of how any of this is put together to know anything for certain. And that's where I get very suspicious. Because it leaves a lot of room for possible treachery. Because we still don't even know the motives of the DDO at all either. They brought order to Tokyo after the Husk of the Dark Dragon started pouring the cursed rain down, which ruined everything in Tokyo. That's about all we know about them. And they were keeping the Dark Dragon Priestess prisoner, but also were more worried about somebody potentially kidnapping her than somebody doing a jailbreak. Which doesn't add up. Like, something about that scenario doesn't quite click. Like, they've given us lots of little breadcrumbs to be suspicious about along the way here. And that's what's bugging me. But the other side of that coin is all of those breadcrumbs might be a complete red herring. No. No. They are literally just a organization that, as far as... Well, again, we don't have much information here. All we know is they have control specifically of Tokyo. We don't know anything beyond that. Japan as a whole presumably is functioning as usual. Tokyo itself is just kind of fucked because the Husk of the Dark Dragon is above here pouring rain that has basically turned Tokyo specifically into a miniature hell that for some reason people are still living in. Which is another thing I still don't really fully understand. I feel like people should have been evacuated rather than staying here. But that's a whole other thing. Like, for all we know, the DDO doesn't even have any formal approval to be here. They're just too strong for any of the governments to root out. And the governments just don't fucking care enough to deal with them. Let them have their little one-city country, basically. But yeah, there isn't enough world building in play here for us to have any kind of context for anything else. Well, at least the demon blew up the ship for me.
It's gone berserk. Probably best to stay out of crossfire.
Noted.
I don't know if it's really gone berserk. I feel like we're getting led somewhere. That's not the action of something that's gone completely wild.
The pylon is just on top of that building.
I can make it.
That was a neat party trick. Oh, this was a bad place to land. This was very much a bad place to land. I think I know why she was upset about us going this way now. Huh. Also, I guess they just have their own, like, special variety of Oni that they're leading around, huh? Okay, sure. That honestly checks. Since Oni are also, I do believe, not necessarily all bad either. I did not want to land in the lightning, but, well, I'm here. Man, we don't know enough about what happened to cause this latest Dark Dragon incident that caused the Husk of the Dark Dragon to be there to begin with, so we really don't know how fucked everything is. Something like that, yeah. I don't know enough about them specifically folklore-wise to be certain about that, but that is, to my knowledge, correct? Like, I don't think there's technically any good ones, but they're not really all bad either. No. Oh, you have an actual, like, health bar, I just realized. Okay, that's why you've been such a problem. Okay. Don't know why I keep thinking I can block an attack from an Oni. That seems like a bad call. Yeah, let me just casually block an attack from this thing that I'm, like, knee-high on. I was too far away for that attack. I was going to counter it, but I couldn't because of positioning. If you could just stop doing that, that'd be great. There you go. Neat. Nobody ever said any of this was ever going to be fair.
One strike.
Ooh, Bloodbath Slaughter. Press both sticks while in Berserk state to execute the Bloodbath Slaughter finisher, instantly killing all enemies within range of the attack. Neat. Oh, I know what I'm doing. Bye-bye. Neat.
Enemies neutralized. Taking out the pylon now.
You get the feeling he was just kind of tired of this.
Nice work.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get Rising Stance Crush. There we go. Yeah, we're taking out all these pylons so we have access to the shrine to begin with. To then undo the seals. As the Divine Dragon Order obviously doesn't want anybody fucking about with the shrine. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Complete any chapter without dying, excluding chapters 0 and 14. Much better. Greater Ninja. 94% kills. So I did leave a couple guys alive, apparently. Their time wasn't the best, but we did pretty good that time. That was a much better chapter success-wise than the last one was. Oh, what a difference having a boss that has only one health bar makes. Instead of a double health bar nightmare. Not to mention his pattern was way easier. Phantom Pleasure Quarter. Oh, that sounds bad for me.
You'll be facing the demon guarding the shrine next. Don't let your guard down.
Still seems like a very bad idea.
Give it a look.
And of course we have a bunch more missions as well. Assassinate the Divine Dragon Order soldiers at the specified location. You'll be rewarded handsomely for your efforts. Special mission, kid. No better way to hone your skills than fighting something that isn't human. And it looks like we're spoiled for choice. For starters, go kill some of those lantern monsters. They seem tricky, but you can make short work of them with your Blood Raven form. Careful out there. Please, there's something I want you to find. A charm for my sister. I lost it. I don't know how I could apologize to her. Please find the charm. That'll get us our health extension, so I want that. We've got a food thief on our hands. I don't know if his stomach's bottomless or what, but the amount he's taken is inhuman. I tried to catch him, but he's a quick son of a gun. Plus he had a katana. I sure as hell don't want to get killed over a couple scraps. Sky City Tokyo's low on food, and I'm sure he's hungry. So I'm sorry to do it, but I'm putting a bounty on his head. get the feeling the food thief's actually gonna be one of the demons, since we're going into an area that's actually got demons in it now. Which, that's a whole other thing, is this lot believes in prophecies and all of that, and they have magic swords that appear and disappear out of blood and things like that. And yet they're surprised when the supernatural, like demons and such, start showing up. Still doesn't quite hit, right?
Umi, how's Misaki holding up?
Let's see. I'm still getting a strong signal. He's making his way to the shrine with the priestess in tow. So far, so good, you could say.
Good.
You know, I've never seen Misaki get this hands-on during a field assignment before. It's good to see that he can hold his own.
I should get going. Keep up the support, Umi.
Roger that.
So, technically we've fought multiple gods in this series. The final boss of multiple of the classic Ninja Gaidens turn themselves into essentially a god. Like, they're on their ascension when you kill them, so technically they're... the Divine Dragon is essentially a god in this universe, and we've had to defeat that multiple times. So, yes, again. There's at least a couple other god-like beings you end up fighting too, so yes, 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 yes. Okay, now we can buy the rejuvenation elixirs. We also can increase our blood engage buildup. Bold of you to assume I have any idea what you're talking about yet again.
Hope that helps. Pleasure doing business with ya. Pleasure doing business with ya.
Yeah, you know what, let's just stock up. I'm not gonna worry about it. We got plenty of money right now. And I don't really have any techniques I super want at the minute.
Got some new tricks for you.
Of course, now he has new things. Ooh. Ooh, that's actually a good one. We do want that.
Want to give it a shot?
Nah, that's fine.
If you've got it down, that's all that matters.
And this is also a good one. This is what is ordinarily a complete base piece of kit in the rest of the 3D Ninja Gaiden, so this is good to have. Because it's a good maneuverability out of a bad situation option. Ooh, and we have Guillotine Throw now, too. That'll be fun. Can't afford it right now, but... next time we stop by Tyron, we'll save our money for it.
The Dark Dragon, huh?
That's the plan. The dragon's come back to life every time he's been slain. The priestess said that only purification will finish him for good.
Not sure I believe that. But there's no denying the Dark Dragon ain't dead.
I'll make it dead, and put an end to our prophecy.
That'd be something, all right. But, no matter what happens, we'll still be ravens. We'll always belong to the shadows. Now, we done here? You've got work to do.
Some of the things you've ended up encountering this series might end up being a nod to Mara, but honestly, I don't know enough off the top of my head to say for certain on that one. I would not be surprised if they never named anything specifically such, because your average person ain't gonna know what that means. Buddhism is still not one of the faiths I've studied. I've studied bits and pieces of a lot of faiths, so I understand more about various groups and such, specifically focusing obviously on ones I would have been encountering. So I obviously know more about Judaism and Islam than your average person that isn't either of those. And obviously, I have a decent understanding of Christianity and their whole nonsense. But Buddhism is just not one I ended up getting much information for yet, because I've not really had a reason to dig into it. And my whole phase where I was learning a lot more about religion in general is kind of, well, minimum 10 years behind me. So a lot of that's also gotten forgotten. But I have read the books of most major religions with intent of understanding. Of course, I buy a whole set and I end up getting another one. But like I said, it gives you your money back, so it's fine.
I made it.
Yakumo, you're close to the Dark Dragon Shrine.
Didn't we just have a shop a second ago?
On the way. We'll meet you there.
Got it.
What do you need? Alright, back to it.
Right. Yeah, their whole situation over there is interesting.
Look who it is.
And I say interesting with both a positive and a negative connotation to that. Because I know throughout their history, things with that did definitely get complicated at times. Well, anything involving religion gets complicated. Who am I kidding there? Doubly so when you start mixing belief systems together. Which is arguably the better move at the end of the day anyway. But most anybody that's actually a believer in most any religion would want to knock your head in for a statement like that. This is very loudly screaming boss fight. So I'm gonna hang out for a minute and let the ads finish running before I start this situation. 'Cause I feel like people are gonna want to see what happens here. Because I have a sneaking suspicion, again, that the same itch in the back of my brain about who we were gonna fight in the last boss fight. Oh, it sure ain't. It sure ain't gonna be. Because if the Dark Dragon Shrine's on the other side of this is important. And considering we know a certain someone was sent on our trail, I get a bad feeling that this is where I'm gonna have to fight him. And that's gonna be bad for me. Because we're gonna be fighting using very similar movesets. And he's gonna know it better than I do. Because this really feels like if I was gonna have to fight Ryu Hayabusa at any point, I would be fighting him here. Because he works with the DDO. Now, whether we actually have to fight him at all, I don't know. But this feels like exactly where you would fight him if you were going to fight him. Which is why I'm waiting till the ads finish. And yeah, Ryu is definitely our superior. Pretty much guaranteed, because he's been in the business a lot longer than we have. And he's, you know, fought the Divine Dragon himself and won repeatedly. So it's kind of a big deal to fight Ryu Hayabusa. He's kind of a big fucking deal in this universe, considering he was the protagonist of literally all of the other games. So if he shows up here, I might end up getting my ass beat. We'll find out. He might also not actually fight us. I don't know how the encounter between these two is going to play out yet. The only reason I know for a fact we're going to have to deal with him at some point is because he got called in by the guy he had to fight Well, we were going to fight before he got flashbanged when we were taking the priestess away from the facility she was in the first place. So we know he got put on our trail, and we saw him right after the prologue ended in town. So we know he's here already. And this just screams a place where we'd have to fight him. Because there's plenty of room for both of us to be jumping around, doing all of our ninja shit. And it just looks the part. But we might just have to fight a big demon or something in here. That is the likely gameplay outcome, yeah, is it's gonna be a motherfucker of a fight and we win. But it might end up being we plot lose. Yeah, exactly. Like, it might be a plot loss. Which will work on the basis of the fact that we're the only one here at the moment. So if he wins and doesn't kill us, then we still have a chance of playing out the rest of the plan. Option 3 is he doesn't actually fight us, and he might actually be on board with the idea. That is also an option. Third-party interference is also a thing. The other major option for what we'll be fighting here is the demon that's guarding the shrine, as we were told we were going to be fighting. Which is also going to be a big fucking deal, which is why I was still waiting for the ads to end. And based on all the purple I'm seeing now, demon is more likely. Which brings me to another potential thing that might happen. I might fight the demon, and then Ryu shows up. And he is instead said third party instead. Let's find out, now that everybody should be back from the ads. Now that fun speculation time is over. Yep, there's the demon. Demoness, really, but 6 in one, half dozen the other. Wait, I know which one she is. Fuck, what was that thing called?
Is that the demon?
This is something specific.
Wow, that didn't take long. Well, good luck. You got this.
You really don't sound like you have as much faith as you're trying to make it sound. And say, alright, really not feeling the faith right now. Yeah, in Onimusha 2, there's a very specific demon exactly like this, complete with the platform shoes, the same exact umbrella, except it is more of a, like, heavy demon instead of the smaller one we've got here. Oh, that's a flat. That's fire. That's fire. Ow. Ow. I'm supposed to go up on these to avoid that. But I was too slow. Nope, not this time. Not stupid enough to fall for it this time. Oh. There sure is. Theirs is different, but it exists. Get parried. Whoop, I'm glad I jumped when I did. I saw something bad happen and I just got the hell out of there. Either I'm doing well or this is a fake out. This is going too smoothly. I say as I immediately start fucking everything up. No?
The demon's taken care of. Heading to the shrine now.
Already? I'm impressed.
That really wasn't that bad. If I wasn't so sloppy, we probably could have done that without healing. And yeah, because they're very into rebirth and such, so it's more of a, hey, you fucked up, deal with this for a bit, and then you'll hopefully come back a better person type deal. So you may not necessarily come back a person to begin with, but... Uh-huh.
Wait, it's not dead?
I had a feeling.
I'll finish the job.
This thing seems to be all about illusions and nonsense, so I'm not surprised that was a fake. I'm betting this one right here is not even real either. Or there's just multiple of them, which is entirely possible too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a very specific folklore demon. I just don't know what it is. Yeah, I predicted that I was gonna get the door slammed in my face there.
We'll have to find another way.
Oh, hesitated too long. You're durable, I'll give you that. But you're really not getting to do much, huh? Since I keep breaking his guard before he can really get a chance to counter in any way. Well, there's our first demon, I guess, other than the boss. Yeah. Which you'll find Naraka referenced in a couple things. Not super often, especially not by name. But it does come up a couple times in a couple little bits of fiction. Like, it's much more often to be vaguely referenced at, rather than necessarily called out by name. So I'm pretty sure naming it is actually something they don't particularly like, if I recall correctly. Like, they don't like saying it. We can either go that way or this way. There's very clearly an enemy over there. Game, where do you want me to go so I know which way not to... Okay. It's taking me up there. Okay, so let's go this way first. Because this should be something extra.
Who are you? Here to take your head.
Oh, this is the food thief. Okay, I was right to check this then. Yeah, he seems human. Powerful human, but at the very least he's visibly human. Get Azuna dropped. I keep doing one too many attacks. Okay, he got a good hit in there. Seal up. Ah, I keep not managing to switch moves. Correct. That is one of the functions for them, I do believe. Like, I think they actually appear in multiple areas, but there are a set of them that are specifically Hell's Guardians. Among other things that are in there, of course. I keep having my dodges not working the way I want them to. Get dropped again. You got your head crushed twice and you're still able to just get up and walk away, huh? Okay. Guy's got a thick fucking skull, I'll give him that much. Still, that's another side job done. I mean, he certainly ain't using it properly, I'll definitely say that. Still not convinced he's human, though, if I'm honest. Pretty sure there's more to that boy than meets the eye. And I don't mean a transformer.
I suppose now is a good time to fill you in about the shrines. So, the Dark Dragon has been sealed away, with ritual weapons used as the crux of each shrine.
Okay.
Remove the weapon from its altar, and the seal will be broken.
Forgive me for asking, but if we only need to remove the weapon, why must you be present at the shrine as well?
That's a very good question.
Furthermore, what would stop someone else from removing the weapons from the shrines?
I'm assuming there's something protecting them.
I placed a little curse on each of the ritual weapons.
There's the
To make
catch.
sure they can't be removed. Which means that it's impossible for anyone to break the seals without me there.
I see. Well, you've sure done a thorough job.
Maybe don't compliment the one who's caused us a lot of headaches until she undoes the things causing us headaches. Doesn't look like there's anything else I can do here. I gotta keep running the maze. Which we did need to kill a bunch of these lantern creatures anyway. There's something else with them, though. See that thing with the arms in the middle of that? I don't like that. Ah, I was so close. I wanted to assassinate the big guy. Yeah, because I thought it was another one of these. Like the one that we bullied a minute ago. But thankfully, since he's alone, we're actually kind of fine. There we go. Because we thankfully managed to start the fight well enough to get rid of the lanterns quickly. So it didn't end up being a problem. I want that. On the other side of the wall, but I want that. Oh, up we go, I guess. More lanterns, huh? Okay. Nope, not fast enough. Honestly, though, these things don't have enough health to really be a big deal anyway. So, not really much of a concern. Yep, knew it was a trap. I figured we had progressed far enough that we weren't going to be able to just freely go to our shop anymore. Besides, this whole bit here seems to be all about trickery. There we go.
Nice work out there.
Yeah, 5,500 ninja coins and some Senjin War Brew for catching the food
All
thief.
finished. Sending payment.
Took care of the
right
food
away.
thief? Thanks, big help. You see what I mean by how quick he is? He looks strong enough, so he doesn't need to steal food from us. If only he helped us out instead. Then I'd be happy to give him a little food as payment. What times we live in, huh? Yeah, he could be easily, like, working as a demon hunter or something instead of a food thief. Food thief's the easier job, though, I'll give him that.
Mission complete. Nice work.
Nice work handling those lantern monsters. They're harder to predict than a human opponent, right? And those damn explosions. You can't let your guard down. Anyway, you came out on top and became a stronger fighter in the process. Plus, looks like I can count on you to handle missions that are a pain in the ass for me. Here's a share of the reward. Keep up the fight, kid. So he's just foisting off jobs he doesn't want to do on us. That's what I'm getting from that. Which, you know, as long as he's willing to pay, that's fine. In this way, we can restock our healing supplies.
Hope that helps. Thank you.
Ran us broke, but that's fine.
All right, back to it.
Not even gonna bother checking in for techniques because we are broke. Oh yeah, we never did grab Winged Blade. Fine. Just so it stops popping up all the time, I'll buy it. And it also, of course, triggers Kurama Splitter. wouldn't mind that. That one doesn't seem too bad. We have so many techniques I'm not using. These things are just a little bit too fast for me to reliably be doing a lot of other motions to trigger a bunch of fancy attacks. Like, I'm doing occasional fancy moves, just not all the time. I told you to dodge, you just didn't follow directions. Case in point, you did it again. There we go. See how much better it goes when you listen to directions? Engine Warbrew. And Rejuvenation Elixir. We're definitely going to use at least one of those Warbrews on the next boss fight. I'm going to say that right now because we have so many of them. And it'll make any boss fight we're doing go faster. Which is, of course, to my advantage because we've all seen how badly it starts going when a boss fight starts taking longer. The longer the fight goes, the worse I do. There's a lot more umbrellas here, so we must still be on the right trail. Or they're seeding umbrellas around to trick me into thinking I'm going the right way. Divine Life Elixir. Thank you for the refund. Anything else hidden down here? There's something over there. That's the one I was looking at before. Give. Hey, there we go. There's the money. The amount of essences of rebirth they seem to think you're going to end up using is honestly not surprising. I was going to say it's surprising, then I thought about it some more. Oh, I was going to say I think they don't want me to come in, and then they opened the door for me. So, guess we are expected. Huh. Not sure that's a good thing. Okay. This seems bad. No matter how fast I go, it keeps going. Interesting that there was like an aura around that raven.
Nice work out there.
We're already fully stocked on things, yeah. It's interesting that we got another one of these shops so quickly. They really do give you these shops in...
Let's get to it.
In technique teaching places fairly often. 20,000. I could get the guillotine throw, but that won't help for a boss fight. I might take Reflect, though my odds of perfect guarding aren't that good. I'm more likely to use Mirage than perfect block or Reflect. I want guillotine throw, but I think this is a better choice to get right now. Because we dodge a lot more than we block.
Doesn't hurt to practice. If you've got it down, that's all that matters.
Okay, and then there's of course Blood Raven Mirage. Makes sense.
The grind never stops.
Ain't that the truth?
You've made it. The shrine should be right below you.
Below me?
Got it.
I see any stairs or anything. We've also walked right into the demon's house. This is bad. I think we found the real demon. No more playing around. Kitsune Courtesan, okay.
I've never seen anything like this.
There's a lot of things you haven't seen the likes of involved in this.
Shrine guardian demons. So
Whatever. Don't expect this thing to fight fair. Fall back if things get rough.
Well, good news, I don't fight fair either.
runs away,
But it's more we fight
Besides,
together thing.
If you can't beat this little demon, you won't stand a chance against the Dark Dragon.
She's got a point.
Nonsense. Yakima won't let us down. We have a prophecy to fulfill.
No pressure.
I know, right? Ow! I wasn't expecting that to connect. I thought she was gonna miss, so I just waited. That's on me. You may want to start actually using lock-on. For those that didn't know, this game does have a lock-on system, and she's moving enough that I feel like I might need it at this point. I've been making do without it because that's how these games usually are. But this time, I think I need it, just to keep track of her a bit better. Ignoring the fact that there's gonna be risks involved with locking onto her as well. Hit the wrong button. No guarding. Nope, I thought she was done. Okay, we're out of phase 1. Cool. Okay. Oh, there's the tail. Now she's gonna start doing nastier tricks.
Me too.
Wrong button. I'm keeping half an eye on my berserk gauge. There we go, I knocked her out of the air that time. Nope. None of that. Gotcha. First try. Yeah, the real deal was a much tougher fight in a lot of ways, but actually, I think for me specifically and how I fight, that might actually have been easier than the fake version. Just because it didn't have that giant flame spin that I was terrible at dodging. That was a fun fight, though. Much more enjoyable overall, I think, than that first boss. There, I assume, is the weapon. Remember, don't touch it.
Done, Yakumo.
That's convenient timing that you show up now.
Did the warden give you any trouble? Oof. That bad, huh?
Oh, that was surprisingly easy.
So, it's all yours.
Right.
It almost doesn't look real. Maybe it'll become real when we pull it out. Yep, there it goes. Neat. It's almost umbrella-like itself.
Is it returning back to the dragon's husk?
That's the nerd we've been hearing this whole time, the one that was more interested in our tech and was protecting the priestess for us. He's part of the crew.
And that does it. We've broken the first Dark Dragon's seal. Watch your back. You're a wanted criminal now.
Already were. Considering the amount of people we've killed.
Just doing what needs to be done.
It's definitely an interesting mix of traditional garb and the coat going on with him, though. And the cane. I see why they were talking about him not usually going out on field missions too much if he needs that cane. I also want to draw attention to the fact that there's a untouchable rank up at the top there. They make sure that people know that you could totally do this without getting hit. Good fucking luck with that idea. Like, I did pretty well on managing to block a lot of what was happening in that fight and dodging it, but just that fight alone would be a nightmare to do hitless. Unless you're really, really on your shit. And I ain't that good. Oh, an actual cutscene again. Birds. Crunch. So am I gonna have to fight them, or is he gonna do it? That thing's gonna be nowhere near as effective when I... Neat! It's a drill lance! I'd have my new favorite weapon. I need to see how this thing plays. Pilgrim's Windswept Path. Atusan, a slender sword with a serpentine-twisted blade, designed not to only pierce through its target, but also gouging out surrounding flesh. This weapon all but ensures an intensely painful death. By consuming blood essence, it transforms into a sharp, conical lance. Okay, that's what the D-pad's for. I wondered why it wasn't doing anything before. Now I know.
Alright, time to get going.
You're in Fuhaka Sanctum. The next Dark Dragon seal should be in the main structure deeper within.
Those things I just killed.
Demons. These are sacred grounds, brimming with demonic energy. In other words, expect a lot more of them.
Oh, goody, goody.
Looking for a new gig? You're in luck.
I'm sure there's a whole new set of missions here. Which we never did. Oh yeah, this one's all areas, so that one counts. Yeah, I didn't find the charm. And I need that black scale for my health extension. I'm very sad not to have found that, but I really don't want to go back and look for it either. Okay, I can get a black scale from here, so we'll just have to hope that works out. The cult of the Tengu was born from pure malevolence. Suggesting that those creatures are capable of faith at all is an insult. Whoever is willing to heed this request, head to Fuhaka's Sanctum. The divines have revealed to me that the leader of the Tengu make their home there. Destroy the Tengu and purge the world of their vile cult. Yeah, I kind of figured we were dealing with Tengu here. Defeat 50 demons with Yata-san. There's been a sudden increase of identified abomination sightings lately, and the reports won't stop coming in. Not sure what the cause of this is, but I know that all I know is that these creatures are bound to start hurting people. Now, this is just a hunch, but if they share the same instincts with normal living creatures, displaying some of their corpses might just scare them away. Skewer a few of them before they reach a residential district. Alright. Contacting all units via the Darkness. Our unit was tasked with this acquisition of supplies, but we have suffered a casualty. This mission is labeled top priority, so we humbly request another unit take over its completion. Contact immediately if you can assist. My wife's ill. It's not looking good. The medicine she needs is expensive, and we can't even find anyone who has it, so our only option is prayer. We need an offering, and the Tengu are said to have the best. But I can't leave my wife. Can somebody collect one of their offerings in my stead? Okay.
Be safe out there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing just how goofy this lance actually is.
I think you're ready for something new.
Also curious to see what the actual techniques attached to the lance itself are gonna be. Why do I have a bunch of pings on Discord? What happened? You say I'm up for something new, but I don't... Oh, Art of Defense 2 is there. I can block more. Okay. That's one thing, at least. Ah, okay. We'll deal with that later.
Crazy winds up in these mountains. Wow, is it just me, or is the rain getting worse too?
It might
broke
be.
the first seal on the Dark Dragon. That might explain it.
Oh, then you must have beat that demon. Nice going. And hey, got yourself a new weapon too.
It was a relic, used as part of the sealing ritual. But mine for now. Seems to work with bloodbind ninjutsu too.
Oh, well, damn. Nice find. Use it with the bloodbind techniques I teach you, and you'll get the most out of it.
That might be the most positive thing we'll ever hear him say. Speaking of... So let's see. Hollow thrust, perform a forward lunge attack followed by a retreating somersault. That does seem like it might be useful. Forward spin attack followed by an upward rising slash. Keep forward, rapidly swinging your blade in consecutive strikes. Perform a thrust attack followed by a mobile spinning slash. The direction is linked to input. Neat. That could actually be really useful. Is it's mobility and attacking all in one. But of course, it all depends on how this feels once we actually are using it against enemies. Whether I'll even get that much use out of this. Nope, no box hidden under the ledge. They've done that trick to me so many times, I feel compelled to check. Yotosen base form. Yotosen is a ritual weapon that was used for the first seal of the Dark Dragon. It takes the form of a spiral rapier in its base form, allowing for powerful stabbing attacks and foot maneuvers ideal for closing the distance on your enemies.
DDO troops? All the way out here?
It seems our position may be compromised.
Inconvenient, sure.
I mean, they should
Not like we have much choice.
have figured out what we're trying to do by now, considering we took the Dark Dragon Priestess, and it's very clear we broke one of the seals. So, moving to guard the other seals just makes sense. I kinda dig it. Kinda dig it so far. The mobility is nice. While in Bloodraven form, the weapon transforms into a lance-like drill. Hold X or Y to violently spin the drill and deal heavy damage to a single enemy, triggering bloodbath kills while in berserk state. I was gonna say they didn't live long enough for me to try that, but what do you know, they're here. That is so brutal, though, the flip into the air, into ripping them apart. Hey, good news, you volunteered to help me find out how this looks. Ooh. Turned him into little tiny pieces. And of course, as you saw there, you can actually swap freely mid-combo as well, which is neat. Like, that's actually really good. The way you, as soon as an animation ends, you could swap fluidly to the next weapon. and then just string more and more. I'll need to keep that in mind that I can do that. Okay, up there seems like the way forward. Yep. So let's go down here first. I thought I saw another path. Yeah, over here. And there's also the tree. Okay, no, that's just a dead end. Okay. And the tree, I assume, was just for dodging? Yeah, the tree's just for dodging. Okay. Had to make sure that there wasn't any hidden goodies. But not this time. No hidden goodies here. They've gotten me more invested by giving me a new weapon, I'll be honest. I was starting to fall out of this a little bit because of the fact that, you know, using the same weapon for too long does start to get real samey. Even if they do keep giving you new moves to use with it. Well, not really giving you new moves, but you understand the point. I think I can take the guy that's up there without the others realizing it happened. He's all the way up here where nobody can see him. So that one's a freebie. Just gotta stay out of sight and totally be sneaky. There we go. I only really needed to get the officers. They're the only ones I'm particularly concerned about. Everybody else, obviously, we shred like that, so it's not too big a deal. Let's see what the ultimate technique on this looks like. I know, right? A ninja game where you actually get to do ninja things. Wild, that. Because that's actually not something you get to do in the other 3D Ninja Gaidens much. But I think Ryu kind of gave up on the serious ninja stuff when he became a hero. Like, he kind of ends up being more like a ninja in title only. Yeah, no Ninja Hitman game, if that's what you're looking for, that I know of. Because I don't think even the Tenchu games let you disguise quite. Like, they're better about that kind of thing, for the most part, in terms of being actual more ninjas, but even then, it has its goofy bits, too. But I've also not played all the Tenchu games, so there might be one that does let you disguise properly. Though, I gotta say, disguise mechanics are tricky to do in a good and satisfying way, if I'm honest. Because you have to walk a fine line between them being way too good or them being useless. And it is very difficult, from everything I've seen, for developers to get it down in a way that hits that line. Like, even the Hitman games, being the closest to a good disguise game you can get, really, that I can think of, don't quite hit it completely.
Yakumo, about your new weapon?
It works with bloodbind ninjutsu. You noticed too?
I knew the weapon would be powerful, but this certainly warrants further study.
What's Bloodbind Ninjutsu?
TF2 I wouldn't count, because that's kind of a different situation there.
Just heard something.
We'll explain later, Sayori. For now, let us make haste.
Is like, are you disguising? Yes, but I wouldn't really factor that as using the art of disguise properly. Not quite what I meant. But yes, that is also a factor. Like, I actually would love a game if you could actually, like, fully commit to actually understanding the art of disguise properly, rather than just magically taking on the guise of someone. Like, give me full access to changing how someone looks through makeup and things like that, and let me really go wild with it. Huh. Yeah, I must need to go there, but all those guys are dead already. Yep, there's the Tengu. Okay. I was wondering, it was like, I knew I didn't kill them, so I was like... But I was doubting my mind for a second. They're like, did I go here already? Yep, there goes the Twitch chat for a second. It's back now, though. I mean, it's certainly one of the more effective games, I'll give it that. Even if it is very much, somehow, oh, you wear the glasses and nobody can tell you're Superman scenario. Nice, free money from the rejuvenation elixir. Some things science will never be able to answer.
So, tell me about this bloodbind ninjutsu you mentioned earlier.
Yakumo has the ability to infuse blood with enchanted weapons and transform them. This is the art of bloodbind ninjutsu.
And you're saying that ninjutsu seems compatible with his new weapon, too?
Precisely.
Get a load of this thing.
It seems it may be more than your run-of-the-mill weaponry.
Well, I specifically chose the weapon to seal away an all-powerful dragon god, so yeah.
There we go, just kick him off the map. That solves my problem. Yeah, as far as how Octodad produces human children, is it ever explicitly stated that he made those kids, or maybe they were adopted? For all we know, those kids have a hidden tentacle somewhere. Either that or, like, octopus genetics are just purely recessive genes compared to human genetics. Who knows? A lot of options there. Oh wow, that guy survived all of this happening. Yeah, I just genuinely didn't remember if it was ever stated on that one. But if that's like a 100% thing, then, you know, just sometimes life finds a way. Well, of course, if they answered it, it would be too easy. They can't answer that question. It's a lot more fun for them to leave that question open. Not to mention, for it to really get answered, that would involve more people actually realizing what he is. Nope, none of your nonsense. Also entirely possible. Now the question becomes, if they say grow an octopus amount of limbs, will they grow octopus limbs or more people limbs? Will they have, like, just 8 arms? The options are incredible for this, really, if you think about it. They could have, like, 4 feet, 4 arms. Really just go wild with it.
Those clouds in the distance.
Must be the Shrine Warden. The Dark Dragon Shrine should be right in the center.
Yakumo, keep heading that way, and you should make it to the entrance of Fuhaku Sanctum.
Alright. But how do I get across?
It's almost like the wind is trying to keep us out. What to do?
Wind, huh?
Wingsuit time? Wingsuit would work. Plus or minus the wind itself trying to kill me. Well, that depends on which kind of worse you're talking about. Worse in terms of usefulness or worse in terms of being disturbing? Because I feel like there's 2 different answers there.
Yakumo, come over here.
Not to mention trying to buy pants or shirts for a child with either of those would be a nightmare.
Over here.
I heard you, Yumi. I'm having a conversation with the voices in my head.
Catch a strong gust of wind, and you should be able to make it across.
Yep, what do you know? Wingsuit. Dragonfly glider.
Nice work out there.
Yeah, personally, I feel like more legs would be more of a problem and less helpful. I would personally rather have the 6 arms, because there's a lot more you can do with 6 arms than you can with 6 legs.
I knew the DDO would be after us, but they sure aren't letting up.
Their leader's more stubborn than I thought.
You mean Kagachi? Grand General of the DDO's forces? I don't have any data on his combat capabilities, but I bet he's on a whole other level from his troops. We probably haven't seen the last of him, so stay on your guard.
I'll be ready. We'll have to fight through him sooner or later.
See, that's the thing, though, is more limbs wouldn't inherently make you faster, though. Especially if they're just standard human limbs.
Thank you.
Because if you think about it, you're increasing your weight enough as well by having the extra body to accommodate those extra legs. Because presumably you'd end up with kind of like a centaur-like configuration more often than not in a scenario like that. So you'd gain an advantage in stability, but I don't know if you'd necessarily be faster. You could develop it to go faster by virtue of exercising it in different ways, probably. But I don't know if you'd inherently be faster.
Down for some sparring? The grind?
I didn't figure I was going to be able to do anything there. I do have enough weapon experience, though, to do something with. And it is interesting that you can accrue just weapon experience as a generic resource. It's not actually unique per weapon. So, like, if I wanted to, I could accrue this weapon experience with the other weapons since I have more stuff on it, and then spend it on this one. But I do want this attack. Whether I'll get to use it that much or not, that's a good question, but a retreating move like that is going to be very handy. Oh, that's fun as well. Okay, press right bumper to utilize powerful wind currents and soar through the air across long distances with the Dragonfly glider. Use the left stick to move while airborne.
Ah, the Dragonfly glider. Lightweight, compact, ergonomically designed. This lovely lady can withstand loads of up to 200 centinewtons thanks to its cutting-edge implementation of entomological derivatives.
Nerd.
Wonders of modern engineering.
Ugh, quit blabbering and get moving. You're slowing us down.
And now you see why I called him the nerd of the group earlier, without even seeing his design. Yeah, guess your wings don't help when you're stunned, huh? Rip. That is satisfying. This might be the most covered in blood we've been. I almost thought we just traded out for a red suit somehow with how coated we are right now. So can I say I like this color better? It's a good look for him. Saw them go flying. Guess they're not actually attacking yet? There they are. These shield guys are going to upset me. Just gonna say that right now. As far as back on the six-legged thing, though, I don't actually know if 6 legs would be better than 4 either. Now that I think about it, I feel like the 5th and 6th leg actually would give you diminishing returns compared to 4 legs. It's just purely thinking on the basis of if it was actually like an inherent positive, you would think more things in nature would have that configuration that aren't bug-sized. Like there must be something wrong with that configuration at grander size, otherwise something would have evolved to be shaped that way. Like, there genuinely, I don't think, is anything larger than an insect that has more than 4 legs. Also, it is fascinating that this is a logical discussion that's happening during something like this. But I'm here for it. Correct. So for some reason, they needed to become smaller because of some change in their environment, presumably. So there must be some condition within the situation we currently have in this world as it stands that makes that many legs ineffective, if at a larger scale. Amongst the other aspects of an insect no longer being viable at larger scale. Crimson Blood Balm. Oh yeah, we saw this in the shop, I just never bought any. Bye-bye. I don't remember if it was ever actually figured out fully and stated with any guaranteed certainty why insects ended up shrinking over time. If it was ever, like, fully, like, yes, this is for sure why, I don't remember it at this point. There's loot to be had over here. More rejuvenation elixir for more money. Whee! I wonder if there's something for me to, like, land at along the way. I'm assuming I'm probably also going to get attacked while I'm flying, and that's part of why you're able to move while flying. Because they wouldn't have done that just because, oh, it's fun to fly around when you're doing that. It's like, no, 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 no. That would make a degree of sense. at the very minimum, like, some change in the composition of the air, at the very least. I wouldn't assume that it was to stop being, like, hunted or something like that. Because otherwise they would have developed other things as well. Supplies have arrived safe and sound. I didn't think you'd be the one to help us, Yakumo. Sorry to get you wrapped up in it. This mission was important to the future of the Raven Clan, and we should have been able to handle it ourselves. Thankfully, our injured one looks like he'll make a full recovery. Once he's better, he'll be back in the field on another mission. We're already fully stocked on healing still, so I don't need to worry about that. Don't really need to buy any of those things. So we just have piles of money. And now, we got our first black scale. A jet black scale said to have been peeled from the limb of an ancient dragon. The scale is comprised of several layers of thick material, making it extremely rigid. Mixing it with a phantasmal herb through an esoteric process will produce an elixir that enhances the vitality of whoever drinks it. And now, since we have them, ta-da! Ingredients combined to create Dragon Lord's Grace. An elixir of legends meticulously crafted from a dragon's scale and a phantasmal herb, and a tradition passed down verbally through generations of select ninjas. Consuming it extends one's life force beyond its natural limits. Max health increased. That doesn't seem to have increased it very much. Like, maybe that's just me, but it really did not seem like it was that significant an increase. Also, we can grab Rising Twister if I want it, but no, I think I'll save for Difficult Dance or Skewer Feast, since those seem more interesting. Wait, I have money still. Buy techniques, you silly man.
Down for some spot.
If I have enough money for any of them. Oh yeah, Art of Adornment we also didn't have before. So we're definitely getting that because more accessory slots is good. We don't have a second accessory yet, but we might be getting one if we're getting an ability that lets us carry more of them. That would make sense. Like, the general gas mixture available would have to have changed if there's that much more oxygen available. A lot more information in here now, but we don't need any of it.
I feel sorry for the sucker who crosses you next.
We know all that already.
A dead end?
No, there should be a way through. Yakumo, keep going. Straight ahead.
There's definitely a way through. Gotta get through all of them. Guillotine throw him into the distance. He may or may not have gone off the edge. Don't have time to check on whether he went off or not. And that should clean up pretty nicely. No, there's more survivors than I expected out of that. That's kind of what I was talking about before, about them potentially evolving to avoid being hunted not making sense, but to avoid being forced out of the competition for food and such makes a bit more sense, because they would become more resource efficient at a smaller size. Not to mention they become a competitor for different resources at that point, instead of competing for the resources that they are not winning the competition for. You might be wondering why I threw him and then chased him. I threw him to separate him from the other guys so I could kill him a little more effectively without interference. There we go.
That's the last of them.
Well, that would end up leading to, like, resource scarcity and such under the circumstances of an ice age. So that would kind of still fit into the previous speculation. Let's go ahead and take Skewer Feast. That'll be more interesting. And that gets Rentizan, which is the same thing but for Blood Raven form.
Alright, there should be a statue close by. Just hang tight and I'll perform the sacred ritual to... Wait, what was that sound?
I blew up the statue.
Destroyed? Do you even realize the implications of what you just did?
Oh my. I hope the local spirits don't take offense.
Bold of you to assume we cared about such potential implications. I'm pretty sure the local spirits are already pissed anyway. Boop, boop. Lots of money. Ever since I stopped needing to heal constantly, we just started making money hand over fist. Shocking concept, that. Not having to set all my money on fire makes my money last longer. Oh boy. Oh, that's the end of the chapter. I was like, am I supposed to do something here? Head Ninja. That's the highest rating we've managed to get so far. I think the new weapon's been doing me some favors on that one. And of course, you know, different enemy types being a little easier to work with. I don't know how many chapters this game is. Ah, of course, I needed to fall faster. I was too slow. That's why my clear time was so bad. I was supposed to do the speedrun tech of diving harder.
Can't catch a damn break.
I was able to just barely finish taking a drink before these guys showed up. And we got lantern demons, we've got shield guys, and we've got whatever those head things are. Fuck that guy in particular. Well, so much for having an easier time, huh? These guys are fast and annoying. Not sure, can't really see them well enough to tell. They're definitely some kind of four-limbed creature underneath that cloth, I can tell you that much. Because I've seen arms and legs. Decently wide body as well. There we go, there's our 50 demons with Yato-san. Ooh, that was bad timing. Ow. Still more, huh? Okay. You know what? Wow, Berserk mode not doing me any favors here. Also, apparently demons are immune to being bloodbath killed. I kind of figured bloodbath kills were gonna work. Turns out, no. That does not, in fact, work against demons at all. I guess they're too formidable for that. Whoa. Mia, thank you for the raid. What were we up to today? I seem to recall, I think I saw you were playing Fragpunk today? Hopefully you had a good time and did well. You're just in time to catch me. He's still working along with the new weapon we picked up here in Ninja Gaiden 4, or which came out yesterday. It has been a great time, but boy, does it sometimes kick my ass, as you might have seen in coming in, as I was getting exploded across the field. I'm glad you had a good time with Fragpunk. I keep seeing that pop up occasionally, but I've never actually done anything with it. What's in this box? Ooh, another Divine Life Elixir. I'm gonna need those to restock after I just got my face blasted off. Yeah, a quick plot catch-up for everybody coming in. We are of the Raven clan who are trying to release a Dark Dragon in order to purify it to basically sort out their clan reputation and a lot of other things. We are working with the Priestess of the Dark Dragon, who we still suspect is playing us, but, you know, we're kind of just making it work because prophecy and all of that. This is the newest of the 3D Ninja Gaiden games, which has been around for quite a while. They are very fast-paced character action games, and they're typically very bloody and fairly difficult. This one in particular relies specifically on blood-blind nujutsu to allow us to do things like this, where we just turn our little sword there into a drill lance, which is very silly. We also turn our two swords into a larger sword, and that's really all we've got at the moment. We stole this drill sword from a shrine. It was fun. Yeah, you'll get a better feel for how this all works once I find some enemies to fight again.
Umi, I've fallen into the ravine. I need a way out.
Giacomo! Oh, glad you're alright.
Yeah, bridge fell out from under us.
As we speak. For now, try heading upwards.
Yeah, you know, up does seem like a good way out of a ravine.
Siori and I will continue towards the ceiling shrine.
I told you to dodge, Giacomo. Sometimes you need to listen to instructions a bit better, but I highly recommend checking out this series. This one in particular, I would say wait on a bit because, you know, expensive, and the other ones would be much more approachable in terms of price since you could just buy the Master Collection for the first 3 games at a cheaper price than even just this game is by itself.
For a new gig, you're in luck.
Let's turn in another mission we finished. Get ourselves 4,000 more coins. Thank you. I can't say for sure it's because of the corpses we displayed, but the sightings near our village have decreased dramatically. That said, I'm still not sure what they are. At first I assumed it was some kind of hallucination, but the bodies they leave behind prove they're real. There's so much about our world we do not know. The fact that people in this world are still surprised by demons just goes to show how well they can cover these things up. Tengu worship is a cult dedicated to false idols. These vile creatures have no piety. To any powerful warrior willing to heed this call, I beseech you, go to Fukuoka Sanctum, purge the Tengu and strike this vulgar sect in its very heart. Still wants more Tengu dead. I never asked for this role, but I'm in charge of guarding our little village. One night, I noticed weird lights all gathering in one place. They were yokai, living lanterns and man-faced dogs. I barely made it out with my life. But they can't be left there. Root them out. That'll get us an amulet. We just got the ability to equip another accessory, so that'll be helpful. So I was in the mountains around Fukuoka Sanctum. It's off limits, I know, but I had my reasons. And wouldn't you believe it? Monsters! The scare they gave me even made me drop my knife. The thing's a prized family heirloom, and I just can't let it go. I don't know where he came from, but some troublemaker has taken up residence near Fukuoka Sanctum. He sometimes comes down to our village and causes a ruckus. I chairs him out myself, but he's got a katana, so I don't want to risk anything. Can someone lend us a hand? This is gonna be that fucking guy again. For those who came in from the raid, we were dealing with a guy who was stealing food in the previous area we were in, and his main descriptor was he has a katana. And we chased him off from there, so he probably came here, and we're gonna have to deal with him again. Goddamn nuisance. What do you got from you, Umi?
Giacomo, that was a pretty big fall. Are you alright?
I mean, we jumped off a train earlier.
No sprains or fractures.
Glad to hear. Looks dark down there, though. A little spooky.
What, you scared?
Scared? Me? As if.
You're not even here,
Whatever
Umi.
you say.
Just keep making your way up to the shrine.
If you're getting secondhand fear,
Pleasure doing business with you.
maybe you're in the wrong biz. Yeah, one of the other neat things is if we touch this raven, this guy shows up and he teaches us new moves. We can also talk to him a bit.
So, are Umi and Misaki pulling their weight?
Relatively speaking.
Misaki's escorting the priestess to the shrine in the inner sanctum.
Whoa there. You sure it's a good idea to leave him alone with her? I mean, come on. You know as well as I do that he's no ninja. He's the intellectual type. You know what I mean.
He's a nerd, yes.
Might be risky is all I'm saying.
I'll get to the shrine first and take care of the demon. He won't be doing much fighting.
If you say so.
She's absolutely gonna get captured if she isn't gonna just murder him herself and betray us. All in it now. May as well pick up Art of Defense too at this rate. Yeah. Doesn't look like that taught me anything new, but I'm not surprised by that. Let's go ahead and grab Reflect if I ever actually remember to do that after perfect blocking.
Doesn't hurt to practice. Confident, huh?
Yeah, everything you've ever learned in the game will always be here in this battle technique section in case you need a refresher after being away from the game for a little bit, which is very handy. And in addition to that, for everybody coming in, you can also pick up even more techniques to use over here in the weapon experience menu. You of course get weapon experience by defeating enemies, and it's a universal resource, which is really handy. Yep, there's some more of those dogs that they were talking about. Yep, kind of figured when I saw them jumping around I was going to end up down here somehow. That's got more AoE to it than I thought. Oh, you're where the fireballs were coming from. I thought the lantern guys learned a new move. Turns out, no. Yeah, things like that, though, that's why the blood warning's on screen, by the way. For anybody that's squeamish, you might want to not look too close at what's happening a lot of the time. This game does not hesitate on the blood. Absolutely, Bia. Have a good night, and thank you again for the raid. It's always good to see you. Hopefully you'll be able to get some good rest. Yep, that's a cliff. That's death. Don't want to go that way. Definitely not healthy. Meanwhile, what's in the box? Another life elixir. Another handy bit about this game is anything you have too much of, it just automatically converts it to money instead, at the same rate as if you'd bought it, so... works out. Well, see, as one who's died many times, it's very ineffective, at the very least. At least I can tell you that one. And it really dampens the spirits when you die. So I have to imagine it also doesn't have any positive health benefits either. Speaking of things I don't want, I don't know if I want to go up there. Pretty sure yep, I have to. Let's go the other way first, though. Oh, as a side note, that didn't work. So, turns out that was the bridge we fell off of before anyway, but I thought I could wall run across it to get back. Turns out, that's a little too far to jump. But yeah, since the Ko-fi link popped up as well, I'm going to bring this up while we have a decent amount of people here as well. If anyone needs any pixel art created, I do have a 50% discount running on all commissions right now, including anything that's unlisted, which is basically anything other than reactives and emotes at the moment. So if you have anything you need done, feel free to reach out on Ko-fi and let me know what you're looking for, and I may just be able to help you. But of course, if anybody from the raid also needs to head off, like Mia has, by all means, make sure to take care of yourselves. That should always be everyone's first priority. Meanwhile, back to the stabbing.
It's quiet.
Ambush!
Something doesn't feel right. Don't let your guard down, Yakumo.
She's right. This area could be ripe with murderous spirits.
Ooh.
Yeah, right.
Really thought they were going to talk longer, so I took a drink. So that I wouldn't interrupt them by moving forward too fast. One down. A little bit of info for anybody that hasn't caught on or came in late. Any of those enemies that are glowing gray like that are either blocking or are just protected in some way or another. I have to use my Blood Raven moves to get through that. That's why you see that shattering occasionally. So if I properly break their guard, it actually will pop like that. It's very obvious on those big shield-faced guys, but it's a little bit more subtle on some enemies. More money? Okay, good, I could reach that. I wasn't sure if I had to swing across or something. Oh wow, I'm full on blood pellets too? Then again, I haven't used any of them, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised that I've filled that up. Is for anybody that didn't know, if we go over the inventory, you'll notice everything has a inventory limit, and a decent amount of them are fairly small. Oh, I do have a second accessory, as it turns out. I have the Bulwark God's Orb. I didn't remember to check to see what that was. Half ranged attack damage. That would have been great when I was getting bombarded with fireballs just a few minutes ago. We'll go ahead and put that on for now. And the fact that they have slots labeled for them also tells me that there are going to be things that take more than one slot. Which may or may not be worth the 2 slots they take up. Assassinated. I thought I parried him. Nope, I think I caught the shielded guy a few too many times while I was trying to hit the other one. Oh, I was out of energy. That's why I couldn't break his guard. That would do it every time, wouldn't it? Rejuvenation elixir, very good. Oh, and I may as well bring up some of the options for those who came in later on as well. If anybody's on the fence about a game like this because it's fast and everything, take a look at all these accessibility settings. There's a lot you could work with. these are only for the easiest difficulty, but the rest of these are all available to anyone at any time, including reducing the gore if it's too much for you. You can have everything very clearly highlighted. It's all really nice stuff. Like, this is the single highest amount of color-based accessibility I think I've seen in anything. Just pointing that out because I approve of that, and I want to highlight that somebody actually took the time to do that, so more people will hopefully do that. Because I personally don't need it, but I know plenty of people that do. Guess I need to be back down here. Oh, okay. Right, because I went on a side path. This is the way forward. More lantern demons. Drill, baby, drill. I knew there was another lantern left. Yeah, I knew as soon as I caught myself in that combo up there that I was gonna blow up for it. That's fine. Oh yeah, I can afford something for my twin blades, but I'm not working on those right now. But clean the weapon, I know you'll wanna. No, not gonna do it now? Okay. Okay, that's the way the game wants me to go, so there might be loot down these other paths. In fact, I can see the glow. Nope, those were just candles. Ah, but there's a Gordy here. You gotta do a quick time event to catch these. I was not expecting 2 sets of them. I almost botched that because I looked away after the first one, figuring the animation was gonna play. I've got a job to catch 5 of those. And I think it said there was like 15 of them in the game. Like that. Oh, I'm supposed to be up there, right? Just because I took a turn doesn't mean that that whole path was useless. Ow. There we go. Well, that's the way I wanted to go anyway. More iron brew. As a whole other aside, if anybody out there isn't following already, we are only 2 away from the next threshold, so if anybody wants to help out on reaching 800, I would be very grateful of that. I ended up trying to say 2 different sentences at once, and Brain went, you want to just say both, right? It's like, well, not really. Doesn't make sense if you say both of them at the same time. Doing it! Okay. Okay, yeah, the other way's the path to progress, so there must be something here.
Stop! Leave me alone!
It is you again. He's gotten tougher, it seems, since the last time. He's taken very little damage from our attacks, and he hits really hard still. Though he always hit hard. Where is Warbrew? Boost our attack a bit. God, you keep putting your shield up so fast. He's a perfect example of guys that will put that barrier up even though they're not, like, actively guarding. And he'll try to counter you if he can time it. Or rather, if you time it poorly enough. That's my line. You're the little shit in this exchange right now. Every time you see that, like, shadow trail on me when I'm dodging, that's a perfect dodge. And that's why I'm getting those counter moves out of it. Because you can kind of farm your opponent for counters if you really want to bait them into it. By hitting a guarding enemy. It's not necessarily the best idea, because if you botch it, as you might have noticed, you can really get hurt, but works out for the most part.
I don't stand a chance against this freak. I'm out of here.
And he got away again. Does that really count as execution success? I mean, he's alive. Ah well, I'm still getting paid. And I guess at the end of the day, he won't be harassing that village anymore. Because he's too much of a coward to stick around after he fought me and lost. Nope, I went the wrong way. That's why I checked. I had a suspicion that I took the wrong bridge. Because I knew I was supposed to end up at this door because we were at it before, and it's like, wait a minute. There's no door. Oh, more of these things, huh? Okay. And they... Oh, I got one that didn't detect me yet, though. Elixir, which I do need after that fight. And more healing? Nope, Essence of Rebirth, which we have... You can only carry one of those, but it revives you if you're gonna die. Which we ended up using that up a lot early on. I haven't had to use it as much anymore. Yeah, one of the missions were referring them as dogs as well, but I don't know if they're actually meaning that or if it's just the classic situation of people calling things dogs when they just are referring to something they don't like. I feel like I should know what they are, but I'm not managing to connect to that idea quite. And again, I'm also not really sure what these shield guys are either. Yeah, no, that is absolutely not what these things are. Because they definitely do have a body. For one. And that's not... They're not just a head... what was the other part of what I was trying to explain about what they are? Because they remind me of something very specific, and I cannot fucking pull my brain together enough to explain that thought right now. There's too much happening. Yeah, because the other thing is that's not hair that you're seeing on them. That's some kind of cloth. That was what I was trying to say. Now we got another statue to break. I'm sure this won't have consequences.
Shouldn't we perhaps teach him the proper way to move statues?
I mean, he's the blasphemer. It's not like we're in any trouble. You never catch me desecrating a sacred monument like that, but whatever.
I mean, blaspheme once, blaspheme twice. How much of a difference is there really at that point? How badly does blaspheming stack? Not the one I wanted to assassinate, but you know, it worked because I got him before he could react to the other one getting stabbed. So really, we got a 2-for-1 special there. Sometimes things just work out. We could get some of these now. No. Maybe. That could be a fun one to have. That's also fun, but I think I want propulsion impact the most. So it's right bumper X. There we go.
Good to see you, Yakumo.
Go ahead and stock back up with the money we have. And report our mission, of course. Wouldn't want to pass up getting our pay.
All finished. Sending payment your way.
Thanks for taking care of that troublemaker. I can finally get some sleep without keeping one eye open. From his drunken ramblings, it seemed he got kicked out of Tokyo Sky City. But I don't understand why he took it out on us. All he had to do was ask for help. He's not good at that. He's much better at being a pain in the ass.
Thank you. Pleasure doing business with ya.
There we go. We got 45,000 left, and we managed to get everything we wanted.
Down for some sparring?
I don't really know if I want any of those. But I feel like I probably should, at the very least, get, like, Perfect Fatal Flash, because I do keep ending up doing that.
If you want to test it out.
And some of these, I presume, unlock other ones, because we're running out of things to get. So we'll go ahead and get the Bloodraven Perfect Block, too. Why not?
I feel sorry for the sucker who crosses you next.
No sense hanging on the money, after all. You know, aside from buying more healing, but... It's bouncing back and forth between being more of a problem and less of a problem, so I'm just gonna bank on it not being a problem for a few minutes. Actually, thinking about it. No, there isn't a listing anywhere. Okay. I had a thought for a moment. I'm like, wait, is there a bestiary in this game? I don't think there is. And I don't think they were named in any of the missions either. We got Tengus. Yeah, but see, they're only referred to as man-faced dogs. That's the other creature alongside the living lanterns. But then again, this is a specific location fight as well, because it's 0 of 1. So maybe the man-faced dogs are something completely different as well. We just haven't found the location for that fight yet. It should be down a random side path somewhere if any of the other side quests like that are any indication. You really should have waited till I was a little closer to try pulling that trick. It would have been much more effective. It was otherwise a really good party trick, just a little early to the party. And that's why I'm not worried about money, by the way, is because I'm full inventory of just about everything. So no matter what boxes I open, I'm getting money. Feels like an archipelago game at that rate. Like, oh hey, I got money again, and I got money, and I got money. Where's all the things I need? Apparently I can't open this door. Anything visibly interesting in there? Not especially. That's the way I need to go, though. So I guess I need to go this way to go around the door, then. Ah, oh, the other guy gave it away. Not sure why that went the wrong way, but you know what? These things happen sometimes. There he goes. Not really sure what those taller ones are either, now that I think about it. The ones with the long hair and everything. Like the ones I just fought, that is. Because we've seen them in both areas now, so it's not like they're particularly related to the Tengu. So they may just be the generic demons of this one. And as well, they may not have, like, a specific identity, per se. Because, again, they've appeared in two places, but so have the lanterns, so... hard to say. Lantern spirit things are fairly consistent. Get rid of that. Open the box. Hey, get the life elixir I just used back. Perfect. And we fly. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. Because it'll be a real pain in the butt to go back. Because I'll have to redo the entire chapter if I need to go back for anything.
What is this place?
Looks like it used to be a village.
Dedicated to the worship of the Tengu spirits.
Or that.
I suppose as a priestess you would be knowledgeable about the area.
Now that you mention it, what does the Dark Dragon Priestess even do? You seem to know more about our clan's prophecy than we do.
That's a good point.
The priestesses are the chosen protectors of the Dark Dragon. At least, they were, before his corruption. Ever since the Dark Dragon was sealed away, the priestesses have served as a vessel to house its soul. This gives us the power to seal the dragon again should he ever be set free. The burden of bearing the soul has been passed down for generations. Long story short, my job is to safeguard the Dark Dragon's soul inside my body.
Enough talk. Moving ahead.
Okay, so she's more just a carrier in a certain sense then. Which would explain to a certain degree why the idea for reviving the Dark Dragon would have been to off her. Because that would have then freed the soul. Albeit that being a massive oversimplification. Okay, I need to go the other way, which means there might be something I want over here. We caught on just fast enough. Not fast enough to live. Oof. We didn't get a pop-up saying this was the marauding demons, so we know it's not this bunch. Get this guy ripped apart. There we go. Got all of them? Oh, there's something still alive. There's things outside that are alive, causing me not to be able to open that box. Now can I open the box? Nope. They're too close, I guess. They're right on the other side of that wall. And despite not being in the room, they were aware of the altercation happening, which makes sense. They probably heard all the slashing, stabbing, and crushing and exploding that was happening. Where'd he go? Come on now, quit making a nuisance of yourself. Come over here. Aye. Being a dick is what he's doing. Because the combat won't end until I kill him. And if I swing off of here, I'm pretty sure I ain't gonna be able to come back. Oh, wait. I think he's lost me enough. We shook the blood off. No, he's still a target, though. Can I, like, stab you through the wall? Oh, I hit him. There we go. That got his attention. Come on. Hey, dumbass. Over here. Come here, dum-dum. Come along to your death. Don't you go back in the hidey hole. There we go. Sort that problem out. That took way longer than it needed to, but you know what? We got it done. All for fucking life elixir. So I guess that side path's done. Put this hole in the roof. Anything down here? Goodies! More money? I guess I could have just broke through the wall there, huh? Instead of going in through the roof. 6-1, half dozen the other. Progress is that way. I'm very interested in doing all these side missions because they have been so profitable. Well, thus far. Let's leave. Okay, now this is where we were initially when I swung over there. Which actually, I got distracted from this bit over here. Is there actually anything over here, or is this where I came from? No, this isn't where I came from, I don't think. There's the marauding demons. I knew it was near here. I had such an instinct scream on that one, like, yes, it's here. The targets are here somewhere. 'Cause I feel like I'm getting close to the end of this chapter. So it made sense that they'd be in this vicinity somewhere. dodged the wrong way. Where'd he go? I knew he was around here somewhere. Please don't fall down the hole. That would be embarrassing. There we go. Execution mission complete. Action. There we go. That puts me out all the way up here. Okay. Yep. Oh. That explains why I thought that house was important. It's because that's where I come back from there instead of how I get there. All makes sense now. Next checkpoint we hit, I'll be able to turn all that in. Nice, more rejuvenation elixir money. More enemies, because there's always more enemies. Down you go. Well, up goes your head, down goes your body. Wow, you can actually perfect dodge the explosions. What do you know? Some of those are concerning, but made work. Alright, turn in the mission.
Nice work out there.
So that gets us the Bat Fang amulet, which I'm very curious to see what it does. Glad you killed those monsters for me. The neighbors get a bit jumpy when they see monsters around. And I'm no slouch in a fight, but against yokai, even I'd have second thoughts. I'll reach out again if I see anything else. I'm banking on that Bat Fang being useful. I do have a spot for those. She really is making out like a bandit, providing me healing, I gotta say. Ooh, I definitely made the right choice getting this. Leech health on bloodbath kills. I don't do it that often, but that'll be useful. Band crafted from the fangs of a massive bat creature, feared for its ability to suck the very life force of its prey. When equipped, restore the wearer's health on a successful bloodbath kill. I think that's a little bit more useful to me than lower ranged attack damage. At least at the moment.
Down for some sparring?
We'll probably finish this chapter and then we'll wrap up for the day. Now, as I said, I'm assuming I'm close to the end of this chapter. I could be assuming completely wrong.
See you around.
But I feel like I'm getting close. Yeah, you know, that might be a sign that I'm getting closer.
The bridge is out.
Nothing the dragonfly glider can't handle, no doubt.
Just make sure you don't miss the wind currents. It's a pretty nasty fall.
Well, aren't you an upsetting beastie? No, stop that. Okay, I guess those are just a regular enemy. They're gonna be very annoying if I see a lot of them at once. Pogo, 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 pogo. Oh, yep, there's another one. Let me guess, I can't open this box till I... Oh, no, I can open this before I deal with them. This way I don't have to go back down to get it. How do I get... I guess I could just climb up, huh? Yep, there we go. none of that. Get staggered. Get staggered, get staggered, get staggered. Dead. Yay. Okay, staggering them, very important. Buys you a lot of time to chop them up. There's another one of them down there. It looks like that way's the way I need to go, game. Where do you want me going? Game? You're not gonna tell me which way I'm supposed to go right now, huh? Okay. Nope, I'm just getting nothing, because I think I'm technically still in combat. I can climb back up, so I'll just kill him and then I'll come back up. Missed it twice, goddamn. Because the timing just keeps not landing. Okay, I'm going the way I want to go to get other things, it looks like. Very good. If I can even cross this. Nope, this was a dead end to get an item. Okay, well that makes my life easy. Up we go. And up we go again. There we go. Looks like we might be getting close to the shrine. Rude kicking me in the face like that. Get drilled. That's what you get for being a jerk. Kicks me in the face again. Fine. Go over there. I'll deal with you in a minute. Oh, good. You came back just in time for another ass kicking. That's why I love Guillotine Throw, though. It's great for splitting enemies up so you can deal with them as you see fit instead of having to fight them together. This is going to be miserable. Remember what I said about they'd be very annoying if you have to fight them with other things? Yeah, there's the other things. Thankfully, in this particular case, they were idle enough additional enemies that it's not that bad. It could have been a lot worse. Or free money. I have to assume that this is going to suddenly get harder again, because we've really been making it work pretty well the last couple chapters. But I have to assume that it's going to take another turn for the beating my ass into the floor. So I still will not promise a full playthrough of this, but I'm considering it more, I will say that. The biggest problem is going to be fitting it into the schedule. Well, because if I really am intent on doing Parasite Eve 2, which I still do want to do, even though things have been interrupting it, it's going to be tricky to fit this in quickly. So it may very well be that this will end up waiting till like next Tuesday. Assuming I stick to the new plan I had made of doing Parasite Eve 2 Friday and Saturday. With a potential spillover into Monday if it takes a third session, which it might, because I believe Parasite Eve 2 is longer than Parasite Eve 1 is. I believe I saw that on How Long to Beat. I also kind of want to give it a little bit of time so I can find out how long this game actually is before I make too much of a commitment there as well. I've done many things just because and things of that, yeah. Ever just throw a demon off a bridge like this? He's resisting my attempts to throw him off the bridge. It would appear that these particular ones are unthrowable, so the entire joke has failed me. There we go. Welcome in, Haidam. Hope you're doing well. And up here. This is why we check for items. More money. No, they're guarding the loot. Goodbye. Goodbye. You would think since they weren't stunned that throwing them off like that wouldn't have worked. Honestly, I expected them to come flying back up. But I'll take that happening. I'm happy with them dying. They were going to die either way. Whee! Whee! Oh, I didn't throw the one I threw off, but he knocked his friend off for me. That is very funny that that's just going to keep working. The classic beat-em-up technique of just chuck all of your enemies off the map. I got caught in my animations. Ooh. Oh, there's the heirloom knife. It was just stuck in the ground over here. Very good. That was honestly one of the quests I didn't expect to manage to finish. Onward, ever upward.
You're making good progress, Yakumo.
Now that we got out of the ravine.
You still have a bit of a climb ahead of you.
Sayori, perhaps we could take a short break soon?
A break? No time for that. Pick up the pace. Let's go.
Here, I thought that priestess get up would slow her down.
I mean, I suppose there might be some benefits to having the soul of a divine dragon in you. Though she's probably just in better shape than him, too, despite the fact that he has ninja training. I'm surprised I blocked that one. You should have gone off the edge. See, now you have to get beat up more because you decided not to go off the edge when you were supposed to. Go ahead and get centrifugal dance. Ooh, that opened up Fanged Hornet. A portal perfume. Okay. Sure. Ah, checkpoint.
What do you need?
I need many things you don't have, because I can't buy anything else. Turn in the knife for another phantasmal herb.
You're good at this.
I need to get another dark scale, though, before I get even more health extension. I'm really tempted to go back for that damn rotting charm.
See you later, Yakumo.
Because the fact that I'm basically going to be missing out on one entire health extension makes me sad.
Let's get to it.
Clean these up just so I don't see the notification pinging there anymore. Let's see, we got 54,000. We can buy both of these, so let's go ahead and just grab both of them, I guess, just to get them out of the way.
Too good for practice, huh?
The fact that I'm buying out the entire shop is ridiculous. Like, he has just perfect Fatal Flash left now. Until he gets his new set of items for me. Which I presume he'll get another new set of items at some point. He can't possibly be running out of techniques. Big door. Open big door. Yep. We might be at where the demon is. I don't...
Another demon! This one feels different from the ones you fought so far.
I've handled worse.
Ow. Okay, I can parry it landing on me. Interesting. So its whole shtick seems to be teleporting around so far. And trying to hit me with lasers. I'm assuming this is going to be like the other one, where this is just a prelude to the actual demon fight. Because it's dying a little too fast. No. No spinning. No winning for you either. Yeah, see, it just teleported away. Because it also only had one health bar. Whoop, there it is. Now it's gonna open up, I assume. I think it's upset. Oh, that's much scarier as well, I gotta say. Now is something we want to use our War Essence against, I think. Just so it'll die faster. Oh, don't like that. Neat trick, but I really don't like that you did that. I like less that you're doing that. Could you just not? I am not getting a word in edgewise here right now, and I'm very unhappy about that. I can't do anything. Yeah, go ahead and use the Incense of Rebirth, because I got greedy. I was literally opening the heal menu to fix that, but I was too slow. I am doing so little damage to this thing. And I have my attack boosted and I'm in Berserk form. What the fuck is this thing made out of? There we go. Now that I staggered him, now I started getting some work done. Oh, here goes the spinny bullshit again. Yep, and you're gonna just do the whole thing again. Okay. Just keep running, just keep running. Now the spinny again that I ran into. No, none of that this time. Meant to hit him, but you know what? I'll take diving away from that. That'll work just fine. I can't... Oh, I don't have any energy. That's why. I was wondering why I couldn't counter that one. It's because I have no fucking blood power. He's so close to dead. Come on. Just die! I was really hoping we were gonna hit him with his own arms. Come on. And that works. Ooh. That was a rough one. That was definitely a rough one, considering I am almost dead and out of healing items. Thankfully, we have the regeneration item, so... in case there's anything after that, we're okay. Oh... And there's another statue to break. Just a casual bit of extra blaspheming.
Don't blame me once you find out you've cursed your family for generations.
I'll be fine.
That wasn't the shrine demon. I just realized. I have to assume that was not in fact the shrine demon, considering we are still climbing this fucking mountain. That's upsetting. Not again. God damn it. That is the end of chapter, though. Still no deaths, so we did pretty good. Greater Ninja. I'll take it. We did a lot of work in that. That chapter felt really long. But I think that'll be where we stop. Which, actually, thinking about it, we're about an hour a chapter, which isn't too bad. Like, some obviously were longer than others, but either way. Chapter 6, Guiding Winds. We'll let this cutscene play out, and then we'll find a raid target and everything.
Got it. I'll update your travel route.
I thought he died. Actually, is this just gonna be a flight segment? Because if it's just a flight segment, I guess I'll do this. It should take me to a checkpoint. So I can't really pause mid-flight particularly well, as you might imagine. Okay. Oh, and immediately into combat, huh? Okay. Things are rarely as easy as you would like them to be, eh? This is why you don't get between a tired man and his rest. It leads to him drilling holes in you out of anger. Okay. You can't crawl away. You started this, but there's clearly a checkpoint here, considering there's the shop and everything here, so we will wrap up here. Life elixir, phantasmal herb, and I think I have... no, I don't have that much money, actually. And of course there's new work as well. Okay. Since I don't have the money to buy everything, I won't worry about it right now. Let's go find us somewhere to go, shall we? Quiet, mate. Huh. That's weird, but I'm not gonna worry about it. I have heard that Twitch is being glitchy today, so I'm just gonna assume what I'm seeing on screen right now is a glitch, and I'm just not gonna worry about it. Suffice it to say, a chunk of the UI kinda wasn't there anymore. And that'll explain all of why I was suddenly very concerned for a second, probably. And I just won't go further into that right now. But as we usually talk schedule while I'm figuring this out, Thursday will be a lobby of the headliners with a handful of friends, depending on who ends up actually making it. I won't give you the list just yet, because there's a chance a couple of them won't be making it. I don't want to make promises for people that aren't guaranteed to be there. But it's a good group, so it should be a good time. And then Friday and Saturday will theoretically be Parasite Eve 2, assuming that I don't change my mind again, which is entirely possible. And then next week, I don't know. I want to do something special for Halloween itself, since it is a day that I'm streaming, but we'll figure that out when we get to that. We'll figure it out basically that week, is the idea. I currently don't know. To put it bluntly, I'm not sure. Wait. No, the bitrate's fine. Just pretending to be losing its mind. Lying to me. As many things on Twitch are doing right now. Which is continuously distracting me, by the way, in case people are wondering why I keep not finishing thoughts and such. There's all kinds of weird nonsense happening in the Twitch UI that keeps distracting me. I have too many options. Many people. Yeah. Are you planning on ending soon? Because it's been forever since I've sent a raid your way. Yep, you are ending. Well, quite literally ended as I clicked. Okay. Well, that answers that one. Which is why I very rarely get to raid them, is because timing never really lines up between us anymore. Since I go a little bit later than I used to. Interesting. I didn't even know there was a game for that. Noted that in the back of my mind somewhere. Give this a refresh kick, and then I may just go with one of the simpler choices here. So it is eternally bothering me that I'm seeing pieces of my UI disappearing. I know I said I was going to ignore it and not talk about it, but it is very distracting seeing just literal sections of the UI just blinking out of existence. Very worrying. Makes me very concerned as to whether things are going to work when I head out of here. How are you? How far along are you? And are you going to be keeping going? Yeah, it looks like they're fairly committed. Yeah, they're a half hour in. It's a lot of work. We'll go see Tentacat, who's doing some little nightmares. That'll do, that'll do. Go ahead and get that timer started. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Apologies for the slight distraction there at the end. I don't really know what was going on with the Twitch page, but I'll figure that out potentially in the future if it's not just a thing on Twitch's end, which it probably is. And we'll also figure out in the future whether I'll actually keep playing this or not. We'll see. But be good to Tenta. They're good people, and I will see y'all on Thursday, hopefully. Good night, everybody.